Hello. Hi, hi. Hi, Pinky. Hi, Frontier. How's doing, sis? Doing good. I'm doing very nice. I'm pretty doing. No, despite me don't know how to speak right now, I'm doing really well. Because this morning I received the message that my sister is coming back. Yay! She's on the plane now. It's gonna take a few days of flights. Yeah, she'll be going to KL first before coming back to Miri. She has something that needs to be taken care of before she can come back. So, yay! Super yay! Yay yay! Hope we are doing good too. Hi, goody gamer. I actually forgot why I wanted to say this. Oh, I'll be this one sad news though, right? A very personal sad news here. Stink. Ion stinky. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good, Ion. Why am I lagging like crazy? I didn't do anything. I've done none. How sad? It's quite sad, to be honest. It's a little bit of a personal thing. This one. So the place that I always go to have eat, you know, albeit breakfast, dinner, I always go there. But the chef of that little stall is going to go abroad and go find, you know, he's going to go abroad next Friday. You know, because in Miri it's really hard to have a stable income. All right, so that's why he's going abroad, and it's like I'm gonna miss him. Like for real for years, I've always been, well, maybe not for years, but for at least a year lah. For at least a year, I always go there and eat. We always talk a little bit, and then last night I was there, eat dinner, and then he told me all about it while we were playing Switch together. It's like, God, it's kind of sad, to be honest, right? Because, you know, he's my go-to eatery, right? I always go there, order something to eat. It's like, oh, always so happy. And then now he's gone. Yeah, it's a very decent disappointment. Yeah, that's one way to put it. I'm honestly very sad about it. Yeah, but it's okay, you know. I'm good for him, honestly, good for him, because he has this he definitely has enough skill to, you know, go abroad. V Kupo, hi. Welcome in, hello. Hope you're doing good. Oh, it's Toon Bold? Ooh. Another bolt, I see. But I feel like I've seen Toon Bolt before. Let me go double check. So yeah, that's a bit of a sad news for me, but it's not sad. I'm glad for him, you know, to be able to go abroad. But I'm just sad because I need to find another place to eat now. It's like, I don't wanna. I just want to. I just want to stay in one place and eat forever. I mean, if I can, that is. Too bold. I'm okay. Couldn't sleep, so I'm doing an all-nighter with a fixed schedule. Oh God. Wait a minute. I mean, I get it, you know, I used to do that as well. I get that. It reminds me of my university sleep schedule, where it's like, I couldn't sleep, time to get out and play games. I don't know how close it is to your situation, but it feels close enough. How's Strimmer and how's Chat Strim? The Strimmer is doing good, very good. Also, Toonbolt very adorable. Oh, he plays Monster. They play Monster Train, yo. Oh, they play a lot of games. Ooh. Interesting. Insta follow. It's a kobold. How can I not? I'm a kobold myself. We have the what do you call it? Pack. The pack. Kobold pack. The gamer's sleep schedule? Yeah, I know, right? I couldn't sleep. Time to play games. It literally happened to me for months, and then towards the end it's like, nah, I need sleep. I feel like shit. I literally just power nap for weeks. It's just like I couldn't sleep, but I feel tired. Let me just do like about, you know, if I can just like you know how you do power nap? You just put your hand on the table and then you put your forehead on your hand and you sleep like that. It's like power nap for like what, 30 minutes to an hour at most. But it's just like, just gonna go, just gonna lie down a little bit. I don't know. Pinky report good, looking for birthday gift. Oh, good luck looking for birthday gift. Also glad to know you're doing good. Tool is wholesome, but sorry you. Wow, Kupo. Thank you. Toon does look very wholesome. It's just kobolds, right? It's just kobolds. And kobolds are wholesome. Where was I again? Oh yeah, so power nap. I power nap for months, and then for weeks, or like at least a month, right? At least a month, and I just like, I need to sleep. I feel wrong every time I try to stand up. I feel my leg wobbling, so it's like, yep, I need sleep. Hi legs, yo. Whoa. Legs. Oh my god, breathe properly. But that's mine. Hi legs. I hope you're doing good. Oh yeah, I do have a Discord. Discord is where I pretty much just announce something. Like tomorrow I'll be doing a retro stream. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'll be playing a bunch of NES titles. I'm not too sure about PS1 and PS2 titles, now that I think about it. But there's one particular title, there's one particular SNES title that I really want to play. I'll keep it a secret, but I'll probably play it on Sunday. Alright, that's why I say, we'll see, because Saturday I do have a haircut appointment at night. So I have to stream slightly shorter tomorrow. So 2 days of retro streams. Yeah, I'm very excited about it. Me is very happy. It's the Kupo. Okay, let me do this real quick. Be sure to read the rules. Or else I cannot give the role. It is a way to protect. Streaming games which are older than years. Yeah. I'm excited for retro. Me too. I'm glad I'm glad some of you are very excited for it. I'm very excited myself, so I'm very glad. Because there's a few NES titles I loved. There's Kage, there's Jackal, there's Gradius 2. All the good stuff. And then the all-time classic Chip and Dale Rescue Ranger 2. My youngster is going to learn a thing or 10. Learn a thing or 10. 10 things easily. Okay, before I show anything on stream, Skyrim wise, rules understood, thank you, appreciate. Big appreciate for reading the rules. It feels quite straightforward. I hope I do not come as too harsh or too like yeah, just too harsh. I definitely did not mean to do that, but then again, rules are rules. And there are several people that got booted out just because they didn't abide to the rules. So yeah, rules are there. I need to enforce them. But appreciate you reading the rules. Rules are simple and good. No, yeah, I do love to keep it simple, easy to understand. I don't want to write too many paragraphs. It hurts. Like I personally don't like to read a lot of words. So when I see rules that has too much words, I will still read them, but I feel a little bit sad reading it. Hi Brian. Looking at the Discord server and wondering where I post someone else's art. Oh, there's the art share. Anything art related? Anything art related, you can put it into art share channel. Oh yeah, I do have the pronouns on OBS now. Yee! Well but Kupo. Well but. How do you read rules as being strict? I think it's just like I mean rules are supposed to be strict, but I think the tone of me putting into the rules is like I don't want it to come as too harshly harsh. Yeah, I see the they them. Do I see myself though? Here, let me double check. Oh yeah, I see mine. Yeah. Yay! Thank you, Pinky, for the video. Appreciate. And also, I changed a little bit of Skyrim settings so that it will be a little bit louder. Hopefully, I don't know if it works, but I'll try. Let me open up Skyrim real quick, but I'm gonna hide the screen for now. Because there might be some... If I did it wrong, there might be something sus looking, which will get me banned immediately. The game does seem very loud now. Or feel very loud. Okay, looks good. This is all just in case, right? Because my other profile is very sus. Why are there no options? Why are there no options? Oh, I'm gonna quit the game first, it's fine. Okay, let me just... I need to shrink. Is it 1 or 2? 2. Nice. Look at that. Hotkey, easy. I love it. And... Boop. Look at that. Also, listen to Dungeon of Aether music. Very nice. Not sponsored by Dungeon of Aether, but boy oh boy are their music really good. Especially this one. You're in for a good time here. The people and especially go, oh no, you're all lovely. You're all lovely. I might be a little bit too quiet, but again, I feel like in my server, there's no need to like be very chatty about. I mean, sure, you can be very like chatty. You can, if you want, you can definitely go ham on the general or whatever. If you have something you're interested about, just talk your heart out. It's fine. But if you have nothing to say or just want to vibe, yeah, right? Yeah, just be there, vibe. It's okay. You know, my server can get quite quiet at times, but I'm okay with that. I'm usually here to start a stream, but because I'm Americano, I go to bed usually very shortly afterwards, except on weekends. Understandable, very understandable. It's almost 8 AM, but it's so early. It's morning. Right now it's 12:45 PM for me. I've been following for a while actually. It often depends on what is streamed for me. And yeah, I can respect that. I do love to watch Tekken streamers as well, or just fighting games, or Kobold, Kobold dragons, reptilians in general. I was checking out Daggerfall Unity again today. It looks like some very cool updates have been implemented since I last checked. Ooh. The vibe is good vibes, nice. Good to know we have good vibes. There's a slider now where you can set the average size of dungeons, so you can now have caves that don't span the entire London underground every single time. Is the cave in Daggerfall that big? Ooh. Bongo Emo is adorable. Oh my god. Thank you. I actually drew that one out not too long ago. The 2-frame wonder. Yeah. Okay, it should be fine. Let me open up CM. Oh. Did I sort? Yes, I did. Okay. Okay, everything looks good. And then Vortex should be fine. I have 52 mods or 8 mods, so go figure. So many mods. Everything should be open. Okay, all good, all good. Let's play. I need to buy a house for Lives Her Tale. We are married on, and now I need to buy a house for them. The dungeons in Daggerfall by default are fucking massive. Oh my god. Also, why is there no options here, huh? Dog. Lost for several hours at a time in one dungeon. Jesus! That's massive. Sometimes all you need is 2 frames. A very simple animation sometimes is all you need. Oh yeah, also I have Julius. Who are you? Gil? Did I recruit you? I did. So we now have two Argonians with me now. Very, very nice. The game might be a little bit laggy. I assume the game is slightly louder now. Because I put the game the Skyrim prefs.ini file. I put it as 2 times the audio, so now it should be a little bit louder. And hopefully you guys can hear it well. I hope. Let me just put it as lower. Hopefully this helps with performance issues. I don't get too chatty unless it's about video games I play. Then I go absolutely crazy about them. Ah. You know what? Me too, man. If someone talks about Tekken with me, you know I'm gonna talk to them. Okay, let's go look at our wife. Daggerfall is basically the dungeon crawler Elder Scrolls game. Hey, Lives Her Tale. Where'd she go? Wife? Wife? Where did she go? Don't block the door, please, Genius. Gil, don't block the door and let me go. Thank you. Where's...
On your wedding. I'm so happy for both of you.
Oh, CCP off still? Oh, thank you. The brood grows stronger. Double check. Oh yeah, I did not start the captions. Sorry. So I'm playing as dual wield. Yeah, dual wield. Where's Lift Her Tail? Oh, there you are. Yeah, how are you doing, Lift Her Tail, my wife? No, I just need to look at you.
Is there anything you need, dearest?
Lift Her Tail.
Congratulations on your wedding. I'm so happy for the both of you.
I just read something about you. You're still not being a kobold. It makes so much sense because you constantly simpering and stuff. It is practically, it is pretty much why I made a kobold character for myself. I feel like it will be weird to not have a kobold of my own. And after I made a kobold of my own, I just feel very attached to this character. So now I just pretty much am a kobold. Although I'm not planning on abandoning the rest of my characters. I have 4 characters, by the way. 1 cryptid, 1 Eastern Dragon, 1 Snake, and 1 kobold. Also, sus looking shirt. It's okay. Look, I'm wearing it for the armor. Alright, 35 armor is really strong. So what are we gonna do today? We're gonna buy a house in Whiterun. I think now I can already buy a property in Whiterun, so it should be fine. Is Ouch not working? Oh god. Really? No, Ouch is not working. But why though? Oh god, it is not working. I have to reopen VTuber Plus, I guess? Something must have happened. Alright, give me a second. Give me a moment. Let me just reopen VTuber Plus. It's opening. It's a boat. The look at. Maybe I should. Yeah, someday I should really make more emotes. I'm just a little lazy. Why am I so big? Why am I so big? Okay. I'm particularly attached to. Whoa! Okay, that's a lot louder than I thought. Oh my god. Thanks, Ion. Thanks. When I put sugar and cream to a coffee tumbler, I went to work without coffee. That's a little bit sad.
No.
Okay, there it is. It works. Nut. That was a big one. Okay, so now I just need to earn some money. How would I earn money? So I always been doing this by like sell potions, get money, go to general goods store and sell anything that I don't need for money. Look at Gideus. What a unit. Gideus is much taller than me. Gil is almost the same height. Gideus is very big.
I don't have any business with you, so get out of my face.
Hey, Kirava.
If you've got the coin, you're welcome here. Otherwise, hit the road. Are you joking? You just rented a room from me.
Oh, did I? I actually forgot.
If you're looking for a challenge, you've come to the right place.
I'm trying to get up the ladder, please.
Glad to see you finally came to your senses. Ready to make some coin?
Okay, let's save until 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 until 8 a.m. so that I can sell stuff in the general goods store. Mood say it's not much different than me searching for my flashlight. Searching flashlight. Gil, please let me out. You guys are too thick. Thank you. I love you guys though. Hi, Talon J. Look at you. What a unit. See, I'm glad I downloaded the mod.
So get out of my face.
Argonian feet. Argonian feet mod. Look at that. Reptilian feet. It's so good.
I don't have any business with you.
Shut the hell up, Sapphire. Alright, let's go sell the...
Let me guess. Someone stole your sweet roll?
Damn.
Get away from me.
Get away from me. Have you ever played Morrowind? I only play Elder Scrolls Online and Elder Scrolls Skyrim. Rate all the cheese and sell it for big buck.
Welcome to the trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Yeah, reptilian beings. Oh yeah, I can sell this. Yeah, this is good money as well. Bows do 2% more damage. Necklace of resistant magic. She's leg day, yeah. She's trying to do leg day in front of everyone. Doing squats, huh? Sell all the frostbite venom. I think I can just sell these. Mass paralysis. There we go. Oh, I should make some potions. Canis root and Im's stool is paralysis poison, I think. If I remember correctly. I could make a bunch of iron dagger and sell them. My phone will currently go to be all caps because apparently I yell your name a lot. It's okay. They still have 204 gold. I'm missing this bow. Steel Sword of Ice? Sell this. Should be fine. Okay. I know I have 5,000 gold now. 5,100. No. 5,133 gold. Afternoon buttermilk. Morning, evening. Good time zone. A Morrowind. Argonians are digidegrade and it prevents you from putting on most footwear as a result. Oh, I mean, that's kinda needy. Oh, true. It's needy. Yeah, we're all over the place. It's afternoon for me. It's like almost 1 p.m. here. Hi, Madisi.
Greetings, honored friend. Could I interest you in some... Not well, I'm afraid. That Brynjolf? A few months ago, it was Troll Fatsav. Not that there's anything that can be done about it. He's in good with the Thieves Guild.
More evening.
Gleaming gemstones over here.
Ah, it's my love come to visit.
Hi, wife.
Is there anything you need, dearest? Is there anything you need, dearest?
Bye, wife.
Exotic ingredients, I have them all.
2 a.m. Oh shit. It's midnight for you. You furry? I don't know who's furry here. Not me. I don't know what the furry is. Oh. Why are you here? Stop! You violate the law. Stop. Here, let's get money here. Yeah, I think I can buy. Let's buy a house for Livsatil. Buy a house, but I do need to renovate the house though, so I still need a lot more money. Butt shotgun. Hey yo. Hey yo. Wait a minute. Don't butt the shotgun. That sounds painful. But yes.
Everything all right?
But yes. We get a butt shotgun. Where's the where's the guy? Oh, there. Hey, I'm here to collect money. I don't care if you're sleeping. Wake up.
I serve Jarl Balgruff as steward. Excellent. You've done us a great service.
Good.
Here is your reward.
100 gold. White dragon, she bold. I'm bold. Yeah. Me and bold. This game is sus, of course. If I were to show you my other profile, yeah. Well, let's just keep it that way. Let's just keep it that way. You mean sus? There's 52 mods loaded, so yeah, go figure. Okay, let's go get another. What? Oh yeah. What a jam. What what a jam. I'm just gonna go get money. The jank. So good. That was a good jam. Beautiful.
What can I get you?
Oh, the skin. Ooh, wait, since when someone did the hypnosis? At least on the skin should also skin the screen. Oh, that's a good idea. I think I can do that. But not now though. So rainbowish, yeah. Rainbowed, so to say. Yes, skin the game. I think I can put a skin filter on the display capture, so it should be easy to do. I just need to add more commands on the streamer bot to let it activate when someone redeem maximum jank. Rainbowed. Alright, Gil and Julius, we're gonna go kill things and we're not gonna die. How many gold? I'm at 5233 gold. So where are we going? In Santa Moon Camp? Alright. Time to kill things. Oh yeah, where's the mud crab? I need to find mud crabs. Oh. Visit the spouse house? My wife, where did you go? My wife. Lifts her tail, we're gonna wait for a little bit. Generate the goal in most games? Please, my wife.
Emotional damage!
That is... Well, I don't know. Why is that so loud though? I think the emotional damage needs to be nerfed a little bit. I need to nerf the soundbite. Wolf! Wolf! Kill! Where's Julius and Gil? Where the fuck is Julius and Gil? Oh, there. You guys are slow. You guys are slow. I already killed the wolf. Well, it was scorching hot this morning, and now it's gonna thunderstorm. It's almost as if it's evening already. It's so dark. What the fuck? The weather. I don't understand. Holy shit. Okay, wait. I need to open up the lights and close the window. It's gonna rain. Done. Did you know you can equip pickaxe to hit the minerals for faster mining? Oh, does that work? Done backseat for good. Oh, I jump over the ledge, so that's why they're slow. Okay, okay. They don't do shortcuts well, huh? Understand the weather. It often changes mind on time. Yeah, it's almost like as if they're on a mood swing. Mud crabs! Guys, stop. Don't kill. Don't kill. Hey, mud crab. Don't kill. Fuck me. I love Crab Ramsey. Crab Ramsey. Hi. Oh fuck, I love it so much, man. Crab Ramsey. Okay, let me try hitting with a pickaxe. Hey. Is it? Oh, it's working, right? Oh, it's depleted. Okay, okay. I didn't know that works. That's kind of cool. What? 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 Cannot dual wheel? What? Why are they? Huh? Oh, I can. That's weird as fuck. This sounds a bit crap. Oh my god. It's raw. I'm so glad I found a Crab Ramsey mod. It just makes my day every time I see a mud crab. Uh oh. Oh boy, oh boy. Alright. Can I still duck? Oh, it didn't see me. This part seems to spawn a lot of dragons, or it's just me. No, no, don't start a howl on the chat. My fun killer thing is you could if you can replace and decrease it. Whoa! So getting wet in the desert can save you, but getting wet in the tundra will kill you. Wow. I don't think I like that though. I mean, sure, it's realistic, but gosh, I wanna enjoy that. I feel like kill. Kill for who lifts her tail. Oh wait, isn't that survival mode in Skyrim though? Alright, do we want to play stealth? I don't know if I want to play stealth though, to be honest. Nah, we going in. Go get him! We raiding. Shit, who's so strong? Oh, I want to get drunk. Thank you. No, go help Julius. Okay, Julius is fine. Julius is fine. Kill. 3 archers, 2 2 archers, 1 mage. Are you sure you can shoot me here? Thanks, Genius. What the fuck? Ow. Ow. I guess I can only do stealth archer. I only know how to play stealth archer. Hi, McLarge.
No.
Keyless rectal. Hi, Dead Herbs. Guess what? What? What's going on, McLarge? Oh my god. No, you're all cute here. Hope you're doing good.
Dead.
Dead. Yeah, that was expert destruction magic. You cannot just say no, you. No, you back. I wonder why did that message like came out?
Just crouch and shoot them 5 head.
I know, right? But I want to crouch and
No,
dagger
you.
them. No. You're cheating. You're cheating. You cannot just put a no you card like that. It's illegal.
No, you all. And me.
And me. Dog. Whoa, they killed the dog. It's thundering outside. I'm scared. You're the cute princess. Oh my god.
Reverse Uno.
You guys cheating.
Bababooey.
Bababooey. It doesn't seem to give a lot of things, to be honest. Or am I missing something?
If everyone is cute, none one can know you.
None one can know you. Uno, know you. Guys. There's too much know you. It's illegal. Hey, crab.
Admit you're cute or draw the rest of the deck.
Fuck off. Mining is done using E button, not mashing like mouse button. But it works too, right?
And once everyone's know you, no one will be.
Maybe you're cute or draw the rest of the deck.
Why you bullying me?
I'll draw the rest of the deck. I believe I can still win still. What is that? That's new. I need to find more mud crabs.
Fucking bastards, fucking
Help.
Has anyone really been far even as decided to use even go want to do look more like?
Huh? Whoa, wait, like I think my brain just Oh, you're waiting for me to find it? I don't know what it's just an orcish sword. Has anyone really been far even as decided to use even go one to do look more like? Certified classic? Oh no, I don't know.
The hand is a reference to the Lady of the Lake in the legend of King Arthur, with the sword meant to represent buffalo.
Oh, Legend of King Arthur, Lady of the Lake. Buffalo. So the sword is Excalibur. I have an Excalibur now. How strong is Orcish? It's weak. And it's heavier than my scimitar. This is a weak Excalibur, Gil. Take it. Take the Excalibur. There you go. You're welcome. It's a real sentence. It is. It's just a buffalo though. The kid was like, have you and me and Kill Mouse, you know, both is good though. I love Mousino though. Why robes? Oh, this is a interesting looking robe. It's actually a light armor. Look at this. It's Dibilin clothes. I don't know what this is. I don't know where this came from, but I see this light armor is quite strong. It's like, hey. Yeah, it must be like a mod. Oh fuck! Oh shit!
Buffalo has so many definitions that buffalo is a legitimate sentence.
Really? Oh shit! Kill! Where's the dragon gone? Speed! Get him! Not now, Ramsey! Not now! Fucking bastards! Fucking raw! Ramsey, please! It's not raw! Why is there a skeever? What the fuck is going on? Why is there a skeever here? Alright, all good. Leather braces of minor lockpicking? Safe and strong. Mine is fur braces. Oh, it's slightly stronger. Hey, who wants to take some dragon stuff?
To break it down, buffalo animals, who live in the city of Buffalo, bludgeon, or, to use another word, buffalo, other buffalo also from buffalo.
Oh my god. Buffalo animals, the city of Buffalo, bludgeon buffalo, or other buffalo also from I didn't know buffalo means bludgeon. It's kinda cool. Hey, who wants dragon bones, dragon scales? Not asking, you have to take it. Thank you. Have you seen the mod where the dragons are Macho Man Randy Savage? Yes. Oh, also, Maclash, sorry, I'm not looking at the video for now because the screen flashes a lot when I change screens. So I rather not to do that too often.
Welcome to the English language, where nothing and everything makes sense.
True. Oh, but also, admit I'm cute or no, Mousino. I already got a Mousino from Ion. Hehe. Alright, time to do some stealth action. It's so great, I know, right? I saw it. It's so cursed, but it's also so great. Alright, time to start slowly. Is someone there? Am I getting seen by someone? Genius, you might want to get in here. Genius? Genius? God damn it, Genius! Alright, okay, Genius, alright, okay. Go do your thing. I'll support you from behind.
Hullabaloo and howdy do. Musty prawns and Timbuktu. Yelpsy bye and Hibberty poo. Kick em in the dishpan. Hoo hoo hoo.
What? I don't know what was that. I guess having... Whoa, it's raining so heavily outside. Having followers is really hard to do stealth mode. just because they get found out so easily. Kind of sad, really, but I'll make do. Might do a little save here. In English, we sometimes colloquially refer to the toilet as the crapper, because it is where one would, as one would say, take a crap. But crapper is actually the surname of one of the people who invented the flushing toilet. Whoa, but aren't we the crappers? You didn't watch, or is it too far back? You mean the YouTube video? No, I didn't watch because I decided not to. I'm sorry. I don't want the screen to be flashing too much, and I think opening up Opera right now would be kind of a bad idea just because the game is lagging a little bit. It's like my PC is having a tough time trying to keep up. So yeah, sorry. My sincere apologies. So people say they were gonna go use the crapper. I never heard that. I never hear that before. Like, at all. I'll be right back. Gonna use the crapper real quick. Oh, they're using the... They're using the thing. What do you call that? The thing. Huh? Hey, you don't know I'm here. Nope. I don't know how I missed that. Good job, genius. Should post video to the Discord for that. Oh yeah, that would be great. I'll definitely watch it. Mirror, if it's in the Discord. Crapper. The loo is what me hears much more often. I guess I just say toilet. Heard gonna terrorize the shitter, but the first time you hear the crit, gonna terrorize the shitter. More American thing, you know how vulgar we are?
Ligma.
Ligma, the classic. 洗手间 is fair. 洗手间 is too proper. Like, it's way too proper. I don't even use 洗手间, like, at all. 去厕所. 厕所 is what I call it. And then I've never heard these terms before. We just call it toilet because it's a bloody toilet. Yes, true, valid. Never's companions feel to make the game too easy. I sure feel that way as well. Maybe, but I love to have my Argonians with me though. But then again, I'm already married to an Argonian. You know what? Let's use them to buy a house, and then until then, I'm gonna keep them for now until I have like 7,000 gold. Your harem? What's a harem? Yeah, I want to stealth with a dagger as well. I love stealth with a dagger. It's just so satisfying. Now I cannot stealth because they will know where I am immediately every time.
My best friend once ran a clan and called it BOFA for short.
BOFA? Got him. What's harem? I learned to be in go. What's harem? Is that Argonian illusion expert? I don't know why when I duck and then they'll go and then invisible, but then Genius doesn't do that. Not gonna explain harem. Okay, fair enough. No, you don't see where I am. You don't know where I am.
But when people asked what it meant, expecting him to say, LMAO bofa D's nuts, he just looked plainly at them and say, no, it's Bank of America.
It's Bank of America. Harem is basically redacted. Redacted means deleted, is it? Yeah. Damn, where'd you go? I don't know. Where'd go? Where'd you go? What? Thanks, Genius. Harem is 52 months. Don't call me out like that. Is that what? No, I still don't get it. $52 months? Oh yeah, I can level up and then just add stamina. So that I have enough. A group of female animals sharing a single mate, the dominant bull gathers a harem of anything from 2 to 10. That's the safest one you found. So harem is just horny? Or something related to being horny? Oh, lucky. Why am I getting bonged? Replace animal parts with human. Okay. Whoa. Is that what that means? Shit. A little thirsty. Getting way too many mates. Yeah.
Ours is to need me to carry something.
Yes, please. Oh, they have carry weight as well?
May the hist guide us.
I'm still heavy. Hey, Gil. Why do you behave differently?
Lead on. Need me to carry something?
Yes, please.
Let's tread softly.
Many sections of the world are all aware of each other and live together. Oh, many mates. Though I'm sure might help by all of them. I mean, if they're all dragons, then yeah. He can carry me. I know, right? Don't steal my Gelius or my Gil or my Livstertin. Polyamory, basically, but sort of with a tip scale of a bunch of people lasting after one particular individual. The plot of way too many anime. Way too many anime. Oh, is this good? Heck, Raven feathers. Oh, I'm back here.
Random question, but did you adjust the audio during Skyrim stream as to not blast ears strongly anymore?
But did you adjust the audio during Skyrim? I did adjust the Skyrim to be louder so that I don't need to blast you guys' ears with Malzeno anymore. So yeah, I did make this. I did make Skyrim 2 times louder. Have good sleep, Brian. Why am I flying? Oh, there it is. Thanks for hanging around with me. Have good sleep. Crab Ramsey! Crab Ramsey!
You're cooking in a burnt pan, you fucking fuck off!
Him reading GDS is Jesus. I don't blame you, to be honest. They are quite close together. Alright, fast travel, get 100 gold, do it again, and sell things, get money. Guess this. Go sell things first. Oh, they're reforming to Dawn Guard, vampire hunters or something. Dawn Guard. Dawn Guard. No, I just want Malzino to blast my eardrums. I don't want to blast you guys' eardrums. You guys are here to have a good time, not getting blasted eardrums. I'm okay with that. Right? It's Malzino. It's worth.
Come on in. Just stoke the fire. Take a seat and get the cold out. I enjoy. Sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room right this way.
What the f?
Yes.
It's my room. Get out. I must endure until 2 p.m. for real food. But didn't you say... Oh! It's 8 a.m. for you, right? Can't you get breakfast? I mean... From 8 to 2 is quite a long time. Must be hard to endure that time. To endure until 2 p.m. for food. But then again, I'll just eat whenever I feel like it. That's why I'm quite chunky. Maybe I should wear this. I do kind of want to sell this, I think. I'll get money. Oh, high premium? Oh my god. I saw you were playing Resident Evil 5. Yeah, Resident Evil 5, not 4. I was like, oh my god. Game looks great. Why don't you go?
If you like stealth and stabbing people with a dagger, you might want to visit that Riverwood orphanage.
Oh, orphanage. Okay, I will. Riverwood orphanage? Okay. Also, high premium. I mean, I would... I can give you a smooch, yeah. Orphanage, yes. So good. Okay, let me check out the rest of things as well. Hey.
Need me to carry something?
Sorry.
We're going to Stapte orphanage.
Orphanage. How are you doing today? Doing good. I'm doing pretty well, actually. My sister is coming back for a few days. Oh, I'm very excited.
Lead, I'll follow. To oblivion.
But I hope you're doing good, premium.
Something.
You don't use bow, do you? Okay, let me just sell all of these then. You can keep the staff. That's fine.
Lead, I'll follow.
Bless you, thank you. Gesundheit, thank you.
Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures.
Give me money. Give me all your shiny. Only 25. Oh. Whoa, 157? You don't have that gold though. 31 gold. 31, you have 31 gold. I guess I can leave you here for now.
Remember, I'll give you the best deals or die.
Not disenchanting everything.
Got something to say?
Oh yeah, I forgot about disenchant.
You couldn't possibly be the Dragonborn of legend, could you?
I'll shout at you. I forgot to disenchant. I will now proceed to cry.
Got some good. I don't claim. Take a look.
Hey, at the same time, I kind of want to upgrade my smithing. So let me just do this real quick. Thank you very much.
Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
I'm too thick. Since we didn't actually explain to you, hula baloo and how they do musty prawns and Timbuktu. Yo, see why? And Heberty Poo. Kick him in the dishpan. It's from an incantation from Courage the Really? But I thought I watched a lot of Courage though. I guess I still don't know much of the things. But yeah, Courage the Cowardly Dog is a really good show. Me like. Time to make daggers? Yeah. I've been told that making daggers is the best way to upgrade smith levels. Ay. Yeah, I made a few wrong things, but I think it's fine.
Have you met my blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs?
Oh, I can save this. You have 2,000 gold? Oh, you greedy. They were supposed to be mine. Oh, I made a steel greatsword. Sorry. The fastest way is to make expensive shit. But then it's kind of hard to make them, isn't it? What counts as expensive shit? In real life, they just smith knives as well. Keep smithing knives. Rarer items is more expensive, like the bed and clothes. Can I like make this? Make 2 of these? And then upgrade it? Hey, do you want to wear them?
Need me to carry something?
Do you want to wear this? Is it stronger than yours? You don't wanna?
Lead to oblivion. Need me to carry something?
They don't wear it.
Tread softly.
So I guess it's not that strong, huh? So instead of iron, steel, or glass, etc. But now I only have these things. I'm just gonna make braces. How much does this give? That gives quite a lot, but 3 leather strips, 4 leathers, and 2 tundra cotton feels like a lot. I'll just do braces. Yeah, I think braces is not bad as well.
Have you met my blades, helmets?
Blades,
Anything to suit
helmets.
your needs.
Pretty much everything that suits your needs, I'm sure. Oh, you... No! I didn't mean to sell my... I didn't mean to sell my leather braces. Can you give it back? I need to pay 660 for it. Fuck! You piece!
Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
I'll face out for today. Have a good one, everyone. Alright, Kupo. Thanks for hanging around. A big appreciate. Have a great day. Guess I'm out of armor, huh? I have 5,800. Still need more. No, I don't want to use Thunder Cotton. Pistol branch in this seems pretty strong.
Why you bullying me?
Who am I bullying? Hi Roxas. Am I bullying you? I'm pretty sure I'm not. Whoa, strong. Oh, that's so weak. Never help me with my suffering. Yeah, I'm pretty bad with modding this game as well. Oh, strong. Okay. You're not morphing in berry?
I offer remedies for
Crap.
both common and rare. Do let me know if I can be of service.
Now I need to fix the UNO CBBE mod. They don't stack, don't they? Because CBBE is CBBE, Uno is Uno. To my understanding, anyway. Ooh. It's not working. Lazy. Both of them is not working. Well, sounds like a skill issue, don't it? God. Small antlers, still slow. Fortify restoration. Oh shit, okay. Mean root nightshade. It's not even that good. Lavender 10. It's not that worth. Oh, now it's worth. Oh no. Powdered mammoth task. Whoa. Fortify sneak.
Tonics, salves, poultices, and potions on my shelves.
Two. Two. I'm making a bunch of potions here, I'm glad. Skiva tail, mutton flower. 2? Oh my god. Whoa.
I sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve you.
I'm keeping Candice Rue. I don't know how to fix them then. The CBB and Uno. Maybe you install too many mods? How many mods do you have? Nightshade, lavender. Ooh! Mutton flower. It's not that worth. Skiva tail, same. Flamnita?
You'll find tonics,
Oh god.
poultices, and potions on my shelves. Browse to your heart's content.
I have too much glowing mushrooms and I forgot about Charis egg. Oh god. Now I have too much Charis egg. Garlic? Soul pile? Whoa. Is it garlic?
If there's anything I can
Oh, it's both of them. Spring. Giant's toe, glowing mushroom? Probably not. Soap pile. Soap pile seems strong. Fuck. Oh no.
I offer remedies for ailments both common and rare. Do let me know if I can be of service.
I'm just doing random stuff now. List the word. Oh, nice.
If there's anything I can help you with, you have but to ask.
Alright, I made a lot of potions.
Pardon me, but do I detect it? Ah, so you're an alchemist then?
Nope, I'm not. Oh my god. No. $10? Fine, I'll give you that 2 gold.
Come back anytime if you need a remedy.
Right, who else can buy potions? Who else can I sell potion to? I know in Riften, the person who sells light armor can I can sell potions to her as well. Relka? I already took all Bellator. What? It's 1 PM. Why are you locked? Let's fast travel to Riften real quick. Oh, I haven't collected the bounty yet. Yeah, let's go collect the bounty and then go to Riften. Break in and sell. There's someone on the lower level of Riften who can buy potions, so going to Riften is a good idea then. Because I know the person who sells light armor also buys a lot of things from me. what you use for CBBE. I use CBBE for mod. I don't know what I use it for. Are you seeing everything that's like invisible? If you're seeing everything that's invisible, you have to open up body slider and build all of them. Something's red? Then I have no idea.
I serve Jarl Balgruuf. The Jarl is excellent. You've done us a great service.
Money, I have 6,000.
Here is your reward.
Okay, let me
Task
buy.
Steward is splendid. There's a house available right now.
I'll take it.
Wonderful. Here's the key to your new home.
Let's
Enjoy your visit to Dragon's Reach. I'm kept so busy. I don't get to see my daughter as often as I'd
wait,
like.
why can't I not modify my house?
Adrian? She owns the shop for me.
You're the one lives in Priest. I'd be a lot warmer and a lot happier with a belly full of mead.
Belly full of mead. I still have 1,400 gold. Why can I not upgrade my house? Don't I talk to that person to upgrade my house?
Those bastards don't even have a wall.
Yeah, let me reload the location. Maybe AI was a bad idea. As an AI language model, I do not use or endorse the use of any particular software or tool for creating or modifying character models, including mod for the CV is a user created modification that alters the body shapes of human characters in the game. It's not officially supported by Bethesda. It's more than note that using mods can potentially violate. True. Mods are not necessarily. I mean, people did say mods are all like third party things. Some games do not like getting modded, which I can respect that. VR chat. There was a huge commotion in regarding VR chat modding community and stuff when they introduced the easy EAC. Yeah, that's how I know modding cease.
You couldn't possibly be the Dragonborn of legend.
Yes?
Could you?
Yeah, it's a weird time. At least now VR chat seems to have calmed down. The situation has calmed down, it feels like.
Lady, could you spare a coin?
You tried mercenary work? It might suit you.
Okay, I already bought a home.
What is it, Argonian?
Let me just get the bounty again and go visit our new home and go to Riften, sell the potions, go find Lifter Tail.
It's work you need. Here, take a look at this. Some of the Jarl's men came by and left his bounty.
Gosh, there's so many things to do in this game. I love it. This game is endless. New home. It looks so depressing. Oh, the chest is already here. Okay, let's put things in here, and I think it's time to say goodbye to our Argonian friends here.
Need me to carry something?
I just need to take your dragon's bone and dragon scales, and you can keep the rest of the things. I'll go out exploring alone. I want to utilize all my all the stuff that I can do, so that's why. Okay lah.
To oblivion and back, as they say.
It's time for us to part ways.
I'll be heading home then, if you need me.
Thanks, Gil.
Lead on. I'm behind you. I'll be heading home then, if you need me.
Thanks, Julius.
Heading home then, if you need me.
What do you need, my thing?
Oh yeah, I forgot about you. Swaho looks by default EA. It looks kind of sad. Okay, let's go to Riften. Skyrim became a place to live for many people for thousands of hours. Me too.
Hello.
I'm guilty. I'm already here for like hundreds of hours. 155 hours. Yep. Definitely not addicted. Vergans, thank you for the follow. Appreciate. We'll come in. Okay, let's go see our spouse. Hey, lifts her tail.
Sure, I'm a dirty beggar. Why would you want to even speak to me?
Where did she go?
Working at the Riften fishery is tough, but it put some coin in my pocket.
Oh, wife.
It's my love come to... Is there anything you need, dearest?
I'd like us to move somewhere else.
Here, this is from a recipe my people have passed on to me. I can cook another tomorrow.
Thank you, wife. Has the store made any money? What store?
The gold is flowing nicely. Here's your half of the profits, my dear.
Oh my god, thank you.
You want to move? Where?
Breeze home, my house in White Run.
Very well. I'll meet you there. I'll be here if you need me, love.
Thank you. Okay, now I just need to buy things to renovate the house. But for now, let's sleep it out. Sleep until morning and then sell all the potions to general goods store. Hi, Kiraba.
I've never seen me all this upset about anything.
Sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your...
Thank you, Kiraba. Usually, spouse runs a business and share with you. Oh, she's so nice. 4 4 5 5 6 7 8 okay.
Let me know if there's anything else you need.
Thank you, Kiraba. I'm stuck.
Speak.
Speak.
Greeting. Just what you see here.
Okay, I can only sell these. The bond of matrimony? Since when I have this? Oh, it's mine. What is this? The bond of restoration spell costs 10% less to cast? Sure.
Good journey, marsh friend.
Yes? Yes, I haven't got all day.
Oh, that's a wedding ring? Oh. Oops, I didn't know. I just put I just put it on.
Welcome to the pond frog. Come on in, take a look around. Welcome to the trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Alright, buy all my potions. Give me all the money. Tree? Fine, you can have it.
I have also...
For example, you could unlikely to not check for that long. 12300 gold from spell someday. Oh. Hi, Gil. What? What?
Buy something? I'm just here for training. Otherwise, move on.
Are you?
Gonna stare all day? Come on, come on. The sooner you buy, the sooner I can get drunk. Take a look.
Nah, you wanna get drunk? No, you need to buy my things. You could work on your attitude. Jeez. Look at that. Just gonna sell everything so that I can get your money. Oh, you only have 17 gold left? What's wrong with you? Here, have this.
Come back when you're ready to spend more gold. Goodness knows I could use it.
Alright, this should be good. I'm going back to my old ways of stabbing people. And shoot the back. Straight into her job. I know, right? Like, literally. How much gold? I have 3100.
Look for the shop near water.
Look for the shop near water. Okay. Near water should be down here, right? The shop near water?
Buy some armor and live to tell about it.
This one? Oh, hi! I've never been here before. There's no one here. Oh, there's someone here.
Sorry, just thinking about my experiments. My mind is on my experiments today. What did you need? I'm aspiring to earn that title, yes. Master Elgrim says I'm a natural. My errant formulas have cost Master to restore Master. Am I sensing that you may be interested? That means more time for my experiments and less time in the field. Much appreciated.
20 Ninroot, 20 Nightshade, 20 Night Bell. 20 Death Bell?
Root is the easiest. It grows only by the water and makes a unique chiming noise. The only drawback is it won't regrow after harvesting. Nightshade is native to the pine forest and marshy tundra. Last we have Deathbell, which only grows in marshy tundra terrain. Its inverted bluish-purple flower bunches are unmistakable.
You're here for less. Take a look.
Okay, I still have a bunch of potions I can sell. Like these ones. $31? 31. You can have this. The cheapest thing is like 6. I guess you can get some of these. Home cooked meal? No, that's mine. Here, have some mead.
My experiments can't be completed until you've brought me those ingredients.
Nice. Now I'm loaded with money again. 3,600 gold. Ooh, I know I'm blocking the gold numbers, so I'll keep updating how much gold I have. Oh, hi, malicious magpie. Sorry I missed that. Hope you're doing good. Okay, let's go back to White Run. Actually, let me go to Dragon's Reach first, and then I'm gonna see if I can upgrade my house or like renovate the house.
Damn those gray mains to a
Exclamation mark gold. Shiny.
Applestein Greymane and I were best friends as children. If I see that traitor again, I'll throw him in jail.
Where did he go? Is he sleeping? It's 11 PM, so probably. Hey, Pro, whatever your name is. Hi.
I serve Jarl Balgruff as steward.
Do I have to wait until it's morning?
Dragon's Reach.
Gosh, do I have to wait until it's morning so that I can upgrade my house? You little shit. I will wait for you to wake up. I will stand here.
The Jarl is, as you can imagine, very busy. Perhaps I can assist you.
Okay, how many? You can wait while being asked to leave? Leave? Who's asking me to leave? Oh. Where are you? Where are you?
You need to leave.
Uh-huh. Tell me about it.
You need to leave.
How about this?
You need to leave.
You don't know where I am.
You need to leave.
God, this kid has spider senses.
You need to leave.
Shut the fuck up, kid. Can I wait now? Yes. I was hoping to wait there for like multiple hours, just staring at Evanisi. Children, the most popular of NPCs. Really? Okay, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. This is until 8 AM. I would prefer not to use the wait system too much. You need a mod to suplex a child? God, I wish I can do that. Suplex the child. Hey, Evanisi. What the fuck? Oh, hey.
The Jarl is.
Thank you.
Glad to help. And of course, now, what would you like to purchase? Very well. Is there anything else you'd like to purchase? Very well.
Very well.
Anything else you'd like to purchase? Very well.
Very well.
Is there anything else you'd like to? Very well.
Very well.
Is there anything else you'd like to purchase? Very well. Is there anything else?
Very well.
Very well. Is there anything else you'd like to?
Okay, that's all right. This is replacing. I don't want it.
Enjoy your visit to Dragon's Reach.
All right. Now we have a. See, of 1800 gold. Let's go look at our wife. Our spouse lifts her tail. Oh yeah, don't you have a quest for me?
It's a shame, isn't it? This is the guild disciples of course. To the east, even its name is an echo. I've thought about, I think if, but even if you could get to the Elder Gleam, Elder Gleam is, you'll have to deal with, it's called Nettlebane. Your spirit is, it's held in a Hagraven nest called
Okay. There's some nice times, huh? Good old times when the gold wasn't removed before he finished talking, so you could store it away mid dialogue for free stuff. That is a Game Shark level of cheat.
Think I got a clean mug around. If it's work you need, how about chopping up some wood for the fires?
Oh,
Need something? Just let me know.
I took the bounty, huh? Okay. Hey, it lifts a tail. Nice times in green.
I ain't done nothing.
Go away.
I trust you're not planning any trouble.
Oh, there she is.
This house of yours is wondrous, at least to these eyes. I've thought about starting a store. Something to do here when you're out.
Yeah.
It's my love come to visit.
What have you got for sale? Why? Since when did you sell things and you're not talking at all? What the? What? Hello? Yes, I'll buy it from you. You can have all my gold. Oh my god, that's too expensive. What the fuck are you selling? Need to look after a few things. Okay, Pinky, have good luck. And good luck, good luck. Conjure. conjure Prince Nazeem? I mean, okay. Hey, I want to conjure Prince Nazeem. If I can, let me try to get some money real quick. Here, have all these books. Oh my god. I want to conjure Prince Nazeem. I don't have enough money. I should have enough money now. Alright, love.
I'll be here if you need me, love.
Thank you. I can now conjure Prince Nazeem. Cool beans. Alright, how much to conjure fucking Nazeem? 125? No, sorry, I'm not trying to scare you. Why am I playing this game? Yeah. Hi, Husky Boy. He is a fucking Giga Chat. What the fuck? I cannot talk to you. Oh! What the fuck?
It's my love come to visit.
Hi, love. Hey, can I buy your book? Okay, time to do that again. All right, that was very unexpected. It's a fucking that's a huge punch. All right, please give me your money real quick. I just want to buy the thing. Yeah, 46 here, and I can buy Conjure Prince Nazeem.
I'll be here if you need me, love.
Thank you, spouse. You're the best. Her name's Lift the Tail. I know, right? The best, the best dragon puncher. I mean, yeah, definitely. We found it. We found it, Pog. All good, all good. Would you mind cooking something for me?
Here, this is from a recipe my people have passed on to me. I can cook another tomorrow.
God, the Lift the Tail is so nice.
I'll be here if you need me, love.
Look at her, she's beautiful.
Is there anything you need, dearest?
Okay, let's go adventure for a little bit. Whoever lands a straight hit on him. You know how I said yesterday that I get paid today? Yeah, you did. Congratulations on payday, by the way. The best feeling ever. What does home cooked meal do? Increase health, magicka, and stamina recovery is what it says. Well, what about it? What's going on? Need more health. Yeah, it's a really nice buff. I can get that once a day. I'm already at level 60 sneak. Yeah, let's do it. More. Oh, I should upgrade my light armor. There's like light armor skill that let's see. Doesn't slow you down when worn. Matching set. Additional death movement? Oh, for the additional melee attack when wearing what? Isn't that like a perk that doesn't make me have reduce the noise of armor I guess it's not here. Maybe the fuck, I should have gone alchemy. I should have gone alchemy. Okay, what do we do? Oh yeah, let's go find Lucan. Let's fast travel to Riverwood real quick. Hi, Foxy Foxy. Hey, Lucan. I'm here to steal your money.
Well, one of us has to do something.
I said no. No adventures, no theatrics, no thief chasing.
Uh-huh.
Well, what are you going to do then, huh? Let's hear it.
We are done talking about this.
Ah, we know.
Oh, a customer. Sorry you had to hear that.
No, you're too late, Lucan. I will now kill you. Liu Kang.
I don't know what. Riverwood Trader is everything you need in a
Did something happen?
an ornament. Solid gold.
Wait, you mean this golden claw?
You found it. There it is. I'm gonna put this back where it belongs. I'll never forget this. You've done a great thing
You're welcome.
for me and my sister. Thank you so much.
600 gold?
We're the only people around who aren't complete fools.
It means so much to us to have the claw back where it belongs. Thank you.
Can you guys not look at me for a little bit?
You, my friend, need practice.
It's a fine day with you around.
You, my friend, needs practice, he
My
says.
sister Camilla or I will be happy to help you.
I wonder if I can do this. It's mine now, bitch. Goodbye. I got it. I got it back easy. It's my golden claw. It's shiny. You will not take it away from me, alright? Okay, all good. Now we can go to this place. Halted Steam Cam. Kill the bandit leader. And there's like a bunch of quests I can do. Check a Steam. Yeah, okay. I'll check the Steam inbox. I'm sorry about the screen flashes, alright? Surprise goose? Holler set? It's Mr. Sensational. Sensational. Thank you, Husky Boy. Oh my god, it's Mighty Goose. I heard this game has like... Come on? I think it was CT who told me about this game. That's why I wishlisted it. But thank you, Husky Boy. I'm gonna accept this humbly. Yay! Thank you. I'm gonna keep doing quests. Oh, there's Meridius Beacon. Nah, and a new hand touches the beacon. Gold ore for Madesi. 2 flawless sapphires for Madesi. Dragon located at Northwind Summit. Talk to Aventus Aretino. Escortel. Oh, this is the bitch. Okay, Little Companion, Stonker Rebellion. Maybe I should get Nettlebane. Yeah, I should get Nettlebane. It's in Orphan Rock, right? Yeah, it's quite close to here. I can walk there? From Falkreef? I don't think I can just like jump up this hill and then go to Orphan Rock here. I don't think it's possible. I'm gonna like do a and then to Helgen. Let's have a marker on Helgen. I don't want to fast travel to Helgen for one purpose. Because Helgen, I'm pretty sure right now there's bandits there already. So I feel like if I fast travel there, I'm probably gonna get destroyed. Since I'm now pure stealth being. So yeah. Ooh, hi.
You have questions?
Yeah.
It is our most favorite company.
You are my most favorite company. Shut the fuck up, I'm not even trying to steal anything. I'm so glad I have all the Argonian mods. It just makes this game more enjoyable for me. It's great. Now we're just trying to get to Helgen. Helgen. Oh, let's have one home cooked meal. There. Mmm. Delicious. With Nazeem at your side, you're not getting destroyed. The Skyrim is getting destroyed. Oh shit, I forgot about I have the Conjure Prince Nazeem. Wait, I haven't read the book yet. Conjure Prince Nazeem. Let's go. Let's go, Nazeem. Everybody hates you, but not me. Because you're way too strong and I cannot hate you. If I hate you, I'll die. Are you making Droxen noises? I don't know, that was weird for me. Prince Nazeem though, OP. He's making Droxen noises. What the fuck? That's not the real Prince Nazeem. The Mage Stone, the Warrior Stone, or the Thief Stone. Learn all stealth skill 20% faster. Sure. Ugh. Bye, Nazeem. Helgen is here, right? Yeah. Gonna try this game called Freb Venture. Oh yeah, for sure. Have fun, have fun. Thanks again for the mighty goose. Appreciate. Have good luck. What? Who are they? Are they hostile? Are they Thalmor? Oh yeah, I think I have the Horns Forever mod on. No, I don't. I'm stupid. Looks like elf guards. Are they hostile? Doesn't look like they're hostile.
You're interfering with official Thalmor business.
They're Thalmor. Am I interfering something, you little shits? Nah, I'm just gonna go for Helgen. Alright, we're here. Alright, time for some stealth action. I only cast summon Nazeem if I'm spotted, alright? Because that shit is just way too OP. Anyone here? I'm not seeing anyone. Well, that was short-lived. Sorry, guys. Holy shit! Go get him, Nazeem! Go punch him! Yeah! Oh. Fucking shit, Nazeem! Wait, are you an Argonian? Oh, I'm so sorry, man. Oh, fuck. Hey, Nazeem? Nazeem? Nazeem, I actually need help. Nazeem, why are you hiding? They're over there. You see those red dots? Yeah, I found my fist weapon. It's Nazeem. Nazeem's my fist weapon. Why am I so bad at sneaking? I can't even see where the enemy is. Nazeem is stuck. Too bad. I don't see them. Day, open area, light. All these make sneaking. Oh! Wait, they count into all of those factors? Shit, this game is more intricate than I thought. So staying in the shade, hiding behind bushes actually works then. Like, it actually helps sneaking better. Staying in the shade, hide in bushes. I believe they count. Shit, this game's great. This game's heckin' great. Not sure about bushes, but shade helps, I think. I'm willing to bet that they do work. Someone in here? Oh, someone's in here. I'm gonna use a stronger arrow. How the fuck? Sorry, man. Go get him, Nazeem! Yeah! Fucking shit, Nazeem's too strong. Hey, Nazeem, there's one more. Do you know how to get there? Where's Nazeem? He can't hide from me. But Nazeem can punch you to death. Advantage OP. Disadvantage pathfinding. Oh no, did Nazeem die? Oh, it's 60 seconds. I think they might be upstairs or like just way up here. Probably. Yep, they're up here. Stupid beast, the stupid honey. Don't. Fine. You know what? I know this is cheating. All right, this is basically cheating. But I can summon Nazeem, so why not, right? Are you trying to shoot me? Kill. Kill. I can't. I think so. Oh, are you the one that's ready to die? Oh, that's cool. Thank you, Nazeem. I know I suck, but still thank you, Nazeem. Kill. Kill. This game's too good. So many funny janky shit that can happen in this game. What's not to like about this game, honestly? Okay, so now I'm in Helgen. I just need to go to Orphan Rock. Where's the blue? Where's the blue? Where's the blue arrow? Is it east or west? Oh, okay. I'm facing this way. Okay. Oh, it's that one. Okay, okay. Must be difficult to balance characters who one-shotting everything. Seems like a decent compromise, right? It's not bad. My friend hated the combat system, so he never really played it. There. The combat seems bare bones. To me, anyway. It's just unsheath weapon and cut them. Or maybe I just not too familiar with the intricacies of melee combat, I guess. So that's why I just look at it as like quite bare bone. I could be wrong, so if I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong then, right? Because to me the game just feel the combat feels a little bit bare bones. Me and no qualms with the combat, but it bored me after a while, like the rest of the game. Oh, to me it's okay lah, right? The sneaking does feel quite satisfying. I'm not that much of a melee lover. I like shooting and magic. Fair, fair, very fair. Hey, this kind of game encourages you to do whatever you like. Is Orphan Rock scary? Probably. What the fuck? I'm in the bushes. What? Oh, shit. Oh, I see them. Where'd she go? Oh. Oh! I actually didn't expect that to hit. Heck, Raven is scary? Alright. I mean, they are mages, so I have to keep that in mind. Think about something about the gameplay loop with the explosion questing and all. Sniper? How do you even see me? Fuck. I'm behind this tree. There's nothing you can do about it. That's right. I'm behind this tree. You better come here. Let me stab you then. Alright. Or I'll have to summon Nazeem. If you don't come here, I'll have to summon Nazeem. Who still see me? I'll try not to summon Nazeem too much, albeit it's very funny. Oh, the Hake Raven saw me because I saw the arrow moving. That's bad. I can't see them, but they have spider senses, and I hate it. Like, they actually have spider senses. Also, yeah, I guess the gameplay loop can get quite mundane after a while. Because essentially you're just doing the same thing over and over again. But so far, this game has been quite appealing to me, so yeah, I'm glad. I'm happy. I don't see them. This place is like a desaturated mess. No, you don't know where I am. Fucking spider senses. I'm hiding by this tree. You don't see me. Huh? Huh? Huh?
Must have been nothing.
Yep. It's nothing all along. Not a good idea. What the fuck? Wee! That was a big jump. Oh, I was already getting spawned. That was a bad safe spawn. No, there's nothing you can do about it. That's right, I'm hiding behind this tree, you little shit. No, no, you cannot. Nope, nope. I mean, she's already close to me. I should just engage. Engage! I'm gonna assume that big fireball was Hake Raven's doing. That's right, that's right. Yeah, yeah, keep spinning. Ring around the rosy. Under the tree, KSSING? Nope. Nope, 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 nope. You. I'm gonna assume that that arrow right there is the Hag Raven. Like, most likely they're Hag Raven. I'm just gonna wait for it to die down a little bit. And then I'm gonna save again. Like, I really suffer against mages. I don't know what to do against them. And also, this place is a desaturated mess. It's kind of hard to look at the enemy. I don't see them, like, pretty much at all. Alright, let's do a good old quick save. Let's run around a little bit. Mama. It's not even that loud. It's not even that loud. I mean, yeah, it's a little bit loud. Thank you, Ion Agenda. Long man though, hell yeah. That commercial is top tier, by the way. It's a very scary long man. They're wearing black robes. I should be able to notice them. Oh, over here it's like a less desaturated mess. Now I should be able to see better. Just a little bit. I'll be the game is like lagging like crazy. It's funny how my PC can handle this game. It's kind of sad. I mean, it can. But do you see how much I'm lagging? Let me see if I can lure them out. Yep. Oh, nice! Next slide, please. No, you're watching PowerPoint slideshow. It's gonna take a while for it to be the next slide. Who slammed the door? So now I guess it's just I'm just left with the Hag Raven. How am I supposed to deal with Hag Ravens? Their magic is actually insane. Who saw me? Oh shit, you saw me? Insane. Why do you have spider senses? Nazeem versus Hag Raven? Okay, yep. Go Nazeem! It's up to you now! Good job, Nazeem! You're so strong, Nazeem! Look at you, Giga Chad! Nazeem too strong! Have you seen Nazeem one-shot me? Don't use him. Yeah, Nazeem's too OP. I only use Nazeem when push comes to shove. I'll use Nazeem. Like the fight against Croesus, then maybe. Shut up. I love how fucking OP Nazeem is. It's so funny. It's all thanks to Lift the Tail. How did she even get this spell though? Maybe I should be afraid of Lift the Tail. Wasn't there like a claw I can take? There was like a Hag Raven claw I can take. Oh, this one. I think it should be the opposite. When the fight is hard, you do yourself, but when it's just clear trash and it seems okay. Oh, I think that makes sense. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that one makes more sense. I'm not gonna. It's the bond of matrimony. It's my wedding ring. I'm not gonna disenchant that. Huh. And when dragons are around? True. I have the ultimate Nazeem. I should be afraid of Lifts a Tail at this point. I don't even know how she got the spell. Like, did she kill Nazeem for it? So I guess the Scimitar is just broken. Like, I seriously cannot just dual wield Scimitar. I guess dual wielding Orcish Dagger is fine. Nah, there's too much difference. This one is 23 damage. I don't know how I feel about that. It's okay. What's the bear claw? Is it gonna be like a bear den? Question mark? I'm probably gonna die here. Folk Reef. Oh, it's a Stormcloak camp. What? So the bear claw is sick. Please don't kill me. Okay, they don't see this. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay, now we got Little Bleen. Little Bleen. Although there's like speak to the Yarrow Folk Reef. Well, let's go to Folk Reef just because Folk Reef is a dur. It's a dur. Let's go there. Folk Reef is this way. Let's go. And we can do any like caves while we're at it, which is like very cool beans. I like doing caves. Oh, there's a cave. It doesn't seem too far. I'm gonna go there. Okay, no Nazeem when I'm doing caves, alright? No Nazeem. Because if I were to summon Nazeem when I'm in cave, I feel like Nazeem is too strong. Like, I'm sure Nazeem is already too strong, been proven time and time again. But like, Nazeem can be super strong in caves just because caves are small, and Nazeem can really punch things very easily in there. Oh, 2 caves? Wow. Alright. Alright, time for some stealth action. Wolves? Got him. I never tried to backstab a wolf just because it's like practically impossible. Like the wolf senses is too strong. And let's do it. Venison is so heavy. So I guess it's only Orphan Rock just now was very intensive. Probably just because of how luscious that place looks. Oh, it's wolves. Got him. I'm also glad to be able to double the sound of this game. Now I can hear all the little noises. All the little sounds that I can hear. Really helps a lot. Oh shit. I'm bad.
Nut.
Yeah. Nut. Go there, go there. Go fetch. Oh, of course they know where I am. I forgot they're wolves. Whoa. Wait, they don't see me? Wait, they don't have spider senses? Wait, they don't have spider senses. They were dashing towards me, but I'm still not detected. Wait, I always thought wolves have like spider senses. Shit. This changed my... Okay. This changes everything. Yeah, I was just rude. Oh, no wonder I don't... No wonder I miss a lot. Money. Dwarven bow. I'm not taking that. Huh? Is that it? It's just a few wolves in here? There's no way. There should be more. I must be missing something. Swimming? Alright. Does it look that I can swim? Huh. It's just a few wolves and a small chest. Swimming skill not big, not high enough. Yeah. Afternoon, I'm back. Welcome back, boil the milk. Yeah, it came from here. That's a rather small cave, alright. I mean, fair enough, we cannot have all the cave to be extremely strong, huh? This is like a bit of a debate cave. Oh, it's not raining anymore. Okay, is it cleared? It is! Shit, alright. There's one more cave nearby, I think. And a dragon. Ooh. Ew, furry. Hey. Hey, sorry to say, but a joke used too many times can be a little bit sad. I mean, I get it's a joke, but it's been used too many times at this point. Oh, well, at least to me anyway. Okay, no enemy, no enemy. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention the goal of this game that I'm trying to do. So we already bought a house for Lift a Tail, right? So me and my spouse already have a house in Breeze home in Whiterun. Hi. Bad. Bad. I just need that wolf. I know, right? Such cruelness. Hey, it happens. It's fine. Is that a burr? Yeah, that sounds like a burr. Alright, shit. What? Huh? Oh, hi. How do I cut you? What the fuck? How do I cut you? Alright, time to fight. Whoa, you're strong. Okay, there we go. No problem. I can't believe you killed air. It has to be done. The air tried to kill me. That air was hostile. I can't believe the air did not see me just now though. Weird. Can I backstab the bird? Can I backstab the bird? Feel like it might be possible. I'm gonna try it. I'm just gonna do a save just in case this didn't go my way. Like, just a little scared, to be honest. I mean, it's oh fuck! Please don't look this way. Please do not look this way. Just keep clawing that. Oh, I'm dead. Lucky. Very lucky. I got so fucking lucky. Skeleton. I got 215 times damage from my dagger just now. That's why. Is that a drag? Oh my god, okay. I have to fight a dragon? Can I try... Okay, just for this one, I'm gonna use Nazeem to fight against dragon, alright? Just for this time, and then I'll try to fight the rest of the dragon like normally and not use Nazeem. Nazeem will definitely win, right? There's no other way around it. But I just want to see Nazeem punch the shit out of a dragon. There it is. Okay, let's wake him up. Wake up! Can I hide against a dragon? Is that even possible? Where did it go? Alright, here we go! Go, Nazeem! Nazeem! Punch him! Punch him, Nazeem! Oh my god, Nazeem! Oh! Okay, where can a dragon set foot down? There should be a place where the dragon set foot down. Oh, it's down. Hey, Nazeem, now is your chance to... Nazeem, where are you? Nazeem! Go, Nazeem! Dude, that dragon's health almost made non-existent. Imagine Nazeem getting tired of flying dragon and he just levitates and punches him mid-air. I would love to watch that, holy shit. Oh my god, dragon! Oh, Nazeem dead. Hey, Nazeem, can you like wake up again? Where's minor oh, there it is. I just mean minor magic. I'm not even like a mage or some shit. Whee! Let's go, the music is so hype. Let me go let me go take the things real quick. Nazeem, you take care of the dragon, alright? You got this, I believe in you. Weight 38. Value 625? But 38 weight though, it feels like a bit too much. I'm not gonna take them. No, I'm trying to learn something, teacher, please. Animal allegiance. Nazeem! Nazeem, help! Nazeem! You must die. Nazeem, help! Nazeem! 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 Where's the dragon? Oh, I see where the dragon is. Must kill. Nazeem, go! Kill him, Nazeem! Kill him! Get him, Nazeem! Nazeem's dead! Fuck you! Okay, you know what? I'm gonna cheat. Okay. Now I can summon Nazeem again. Nazeem! Go, Nazeem! Woohoo! Punch him! Holy shit, Nazeem! Oh! Good job, Nazeem! Only a few punches. Okay, no more Nazeem. No more Nazeem unless I'm killing trash, alright? I just want to see a dragon getting punched to death, alright? No more Nazeem. Promise. Alright, promise. Alright, thank you, Nazeem. Shut the fuck up. No one likes you. Alright, somehow I killed a dragon. Don't know what happened. Ancient Ascent? Am I supposed to be here? Probably not. But I do want to go, Level enchantment to 100 and become Nazeem the Dragon Puncher yourself. Can I upgrade my punch damage? If I can, I'll definitely go for it. Because I don't see how I can enhance my punch damage. I only see in the heavy armor perk that has that. Maybe I should go for heavy armor. Yeah, Fist of Steel. Unarmed attacks with heavy armor gauntlet do their armor rating and extra damage. Yeah, I should try to get that. Actually going to focus on getting that gift now. Alright, Pinky. Good luck choosing the gift for your friend. You can enchant your jewelry and gloves for unarmed. Jewelry and gloves for unarmed? Okay, let's focus on that build then. I'll be lovers of all dragons, the puncher. The puncher. Why do I say it like that? I don't know. Lovers of all dragons, puncher. I'll punch everything. I'll punch to those who don't like dragons. To those who disrespect dragons, get punched. Okay, then let's focus on that build. Is there... That means one more thing to do in Riften? Oh, you know what? Please tell me what to do. For this unarmed build, I'm probably gonna need some help. So it would be great if you tell me what to do. In Riften, right? I should go there first. Folk Reef can wait. Folk Reef can wait. And I do need to make a full heavy armor.
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters or
Just talk to Brynjolf. I need to also have association with Brynjolf.
Glad to see you finally came to your senses. Ready to... Simple. I'm going to cause a distraction. You're gonna steal Medesi's silver ring from a strongbox under his stand.
Ah.
Once you have it, I want you to place it in Branche's pocket without him noticing. There's someone that wants to see him put out of business permanently. That's all you need to know. Now, you tell me when you're ready, and we'll get started.
But I have to steal Medesi's ring.
When you are, just give the word.
I don't have to steal Medesi's ring. Oh, nice. Don't miss out.
Purchase a bottle of my genuine farmer blood elixir. Only 20 septims each.
Sure. Which heavy armor looks good?
If you're looking for a handout, you want to speak with my husband.
Okay, let's do Brynjolf's quest. If you're too honorable, you can try to go straight to the sewers. Maybe it's okay to go there without the quest. Okay, let me try it then. I mean, it's not that I'm honorable. It's more like I don't want to mess with Medesi. Because, you know, fellow Argonian. Maybe I'm too invested in this game. maybe I'm a little bit too immersed. How about that? The sewers, right? Not here. Too racially motivated. Okay, maybe. Hey, I'm not gonna deny that. I love Argonians. It's not even a secret at this point. I would marry to lift her tail. Here, right? So, are the enemies here hostile to me by default? Because I know the enemies around you. They are? Okay.
I don't know, Drox. They'd skin us alive if they knew we were doing this.
Why are you always acting like such a big baby? I've gotten us this far.
This far? We're living in a sewer. You said we'd have a house as big as the Blackbriars by now.
You worry about bashing people's heads in. I'll worry about the guild, okay?
Okay, let them finish talking first.
Okay, okay.
I'm going to check the entrance to the Ratway. Be right back.
Check the entrance. I'll stay here. Let's hope my snake is good enough. Who's fighting? This is actually very fucking scary. Orcish bow. I think my bow is stronger, question mark. 20? Yeah, mine's stronger. No. Fuck. Oh shit, you're strong. I. All right, all good. I. Oh. Why are they fighting? Who are they fighting against? No one's here? Okay, good. Oh, do I have to jump down? I probably do. Let's do it. No one's here? Really? Whoa, this place is empty. One single gold. Imagine stealing in the rat ways. They're already so poor, and then there's someone here trying to steal. You need to find a guy surrounded by rat traps. Oh, okay. Are these the rat? Hi. Oh, there it is. Is that it? Must be this one. I think I found him. Is he dead? What was that? I don't know. I didn't see you. fucking got trapped. It's like ah.
Just getting jumpy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're getting jumpy.
Is someone there?
Nope. Nope. No one's here. Hi, Dinari. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. No, come back here.
I know I heard something.
I'm pretty sure you heard something because there's an arrow behind your back. They're just getting trapped. They're just getting trapped. Shoot. This must be the guy. There, let me help you. Gian the Fist. Gloves of the Pugilist. I love stealth archery. Me too, but I just want to do punchy. But I want to do punchy punches now. Unarmed strike do 10 additional damage. Oh, this one? I win. So now I have the thing to upgrade my punch damage. Gets an arrow lodged inside the cranium. Must have been a win. Oh, they have a paralysis poison just here? At least I don't need to mess with Medici. I'm glad. Just gonna make some random potions with Charis's egg. I have too much Charis egg. No. Oh. Why am I scrolling the chat? Oh god. That's weird. Okay, all good, all good. Charis's egg. With what? Soap pile? Doesn't work? Snowberries? Thistle branch? Okay, I just want to use the Charis's egg. They're a little bit too heavy. Just a little too heavy, I would say. I'll keep it like this for now. giant toe, bear claw, and wheat. Do I have those? I think I have it. I have giant claw. I have giant claw. Oh. Oh wait, I'm out of giant toe. Remember them like a spell. So giant's claw and wheat. I don't have wheat. I used up too many good things. Oh, I saw someone. Ow? Oh, that's the button. I didn't even see it. Where's that person? Where did that guy go? Where did that guy go? Oh. Heal! From stealth dagger to punchy punches. Oh. Expert might be a little bit difficult for me. Oh, wait, it's here. Is it? Yeah, it's here. Got him. How do I lower the bridge? Also, I think I killed everyone here. I'm three fast 5U. Is it here? The Ragged Flagon? Isn't this like the Thieves Guild? Oh, there it is. Nice. Okay, at least I have the gloves of the pugilist. Now I just need to somehow up my enchant level and my heavy armor skill. So now I just need to wear a full set of heavy armor. That means no more of this beautiful clothes anymore. Kinda sad. All this could be yours. I should get this one first, Juggernaut. No need to wear heavy armor. It's not that big of a buff. Oh, so I just need to enchant it? Oh, I guess I just need to wear a heavy armor glove. That's it? But that does mean that I don't have any more light armor buff. You can only have plus 14 damage from the gloves. Oh, it's not that much then. So I need to upgrade just purely on enchanting? Enchanting jewelry and gloves into the pugilist. It says only heavy clothes, I think. Unarmed attacks with heavy armor gauntlets do their armor rating in extra damage. Armor rating extra damage seems like a lot though. It's only basic armor rating, not counting the upgrades. Only basic? Then that's not as good. Yeah, you're right.
I presume you're bothering me for a good reason.
There's no enchanting table here, right? Yeah, I'm not seeing any enchanting tables in Riften. How could I upgrade? One in the castle? Mistfield, yeah, Mistfield. This is Mistfield, I think. Yeah. What is it, Argonian?
As Jarl Layla's houseguard, I would ask that you maintain a respectable distance from her at all times.
Did we have an appointment? No. It was a delivery? I can't remember. Excuse my disorganization, but I'm in the middle of some delicate experiments. Yes, I could use some help with that. An assist... Well, at any... In fact, if you could as you can imagine, I tend to forget. What I need is my Dwemer stirring spoon, my orichalcum ingot, and my grand soul gem. In fact, I could use them immediately. Bring those items back to me, and I'll be happy to experiment on you.
Find the way I'll get them.
Excellent. Well, why are you still standing here? Oh, right. You need to know where they are. That would help.
Okay, this one. Got him. Let's see. My glove. Oh yeah, I sold my glove. I accidentally sold my glove. Alright, cool. I can just choose here, right? I do need Soul Trap. I think having Soul Trap, so if I get Soul Trap, I can get a lot of Petty Soul Gem. With Petty Soul Gem, I can keep enchanting random shit, like my 45 Iron Daggers. Yeah, all the Petty Soul Gems, upgrading all the Iron Dagger, upgrading the enchantment level like this, probably? I think it's possible, yeah. But let me see. Fortify unarmed here. So only on rings, not even on necklace. So rings and gloves is what it does, okay. For Soul Trap, for now, let's have Soul Trap on both. Bow? Bow already have this. Hey, can you...
Did we have an Take a look.
Oh, you want this? Here you go. And this. Yeah, I have quite the soul gem. I just need Soul Trap.
Okay. Now where did I put those spiders?
I'm gonna upgrade my Orcish Dagger with Soul Trap. Dies in 1 second so that I can have them like maximum. So here's the question. If I put in Grand Soul Gem for this bad boy right here, is Soul Trap like if I put in Grand Soul Gem, I can get the Black Soul Gem. So common is enough, maybe even lesser. Oh, okay. So it's not like the bigger Soul Gem I enchanted it with. I thought with lesser it's only the amount of charge. Oh, okay, that's very good to know. You know, let's have a common then. All good. Oh, do you buy potions?
Huh. I had you figured for
Oh, you don't buy potions? Okay.
Okay. Now where did I put those spiders?
Okay, sounds good. Now it's time to go What do we do? There's too many things to do. Nettlebane, right? I was trying to get Nettlebane. I got Nettlebane. So these are the things. Get the bandits in halted stream camp. It's around Whiterun, right? Yeah, it's here. Whitewash Tower. We can go from Silent Moon camp and then just go there. You can make Dragonbone weapons in the Forge that are more deadly than Daedric weapons. Oh, I want to make Dragonbone weapons. Okay, it should be very close to me. There it is. Alright, time to get some soul gems. Oh, is that Crab Ramsey here? Can I have Crab Ramsey? Oh shit. That is a lot of enemies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? 6 of them. Why are you burning that horse? What did that horse ever do to you? Why are you guys burning that horse? They're just killing horses. Maybe the horse is tasty. You know what? Fine. I cannot argue with that. Okay, these guys have spider senses, which is bad. Why are you guys killing? Are you guys now hunter? Oh, they saw me. You know what? Time to run. Let's run for it for now. I'll come back later. Nope. Strafe. S 字形走位. You cannot catch me like this. That's right. I think this is far enough. I'm gonna go hidden very soon. Just hide for a little bit. Someone's close. Oh, nope. They're running back. Sorry, I'm just trying to stealth kill them, but man, my stealth skill is really bad. Maybe I should have gone a bow with Soul Trap. That would be much easier. Because currently it feels like everyone has spider senses. They can just see wherever I am. But then again, it's very bright outside, so if people were to like stealth like this when they're outside, I would see them too. So shit, they're fucking strong. No soldier large enough? Seriously? Maybe I should go buy some empty soul gems. Yeah, I should probably go buy some soul gems from Farengar, maybe? Ooh. Oh, so black gem is needed for humanoids. Okay. Gosh, that's tough. Maybe getting soldier is not as easy as I thought. So I cannot get bandits soul gem. That's kind of sad. But then again, I'll just kill them anyway. I mean, it's needed for the quest, and I'll see if I can buy the empty soul gems from General Goods Store, and also from Court Wizards. Maybe they sell them. Yeah. Peddler. That's a lot of things for a peddler. Thanks. God, they all have spider senses. Because it's in the morning. And I'm stupid. I'm terrible. Look at that. It's mages again. Hell yeah. Damn you. Ooh, that's a lot of them. I'm not gonna get ganked here. I'm gonna run off. Okay, there must be a way to deal with them, like, better than this. Oh, someone's running this way. Do you see me? Okay. Someone behind me? Damn, where'd you go? Okay, fucking shit, man. Oh, sorry. Sorry, man. I know I'm cheating. Whoa, shit. Nazeem running full speed towards the is the scariest thing ever. It's almost like you see a Giga Chat running your way at the speed of light. Run. Like, I'm pretty sure you cannot even outrun Nazeem. If you see Nazeem running your way like this, yeah, you might as well just accept your fate. Holy shit. I'm gonna assume that's everyone. Yeah, by the way, I'm a very terrible stealth-er. I don't even know how to stealth properly. Alright, going in. At least this time it's in the cave. Should be easier for me. Shit. Where's the enemy? Oh, I see you. Are you gonna move? Or are you just gonna stay there? Oh, that's a lot of iron ore vein. It's all mine now. Man, the things you can do in this game. It's endless. It's practically endless. Hmm. Maybe trying to up the enchant level is not as easy as I think it is. Just because humanoids needs black sodium, and then most of the things I kill are humanoids. That's gonna be a little bit difficult, right? You know, maybe I should just take it slow. There's no need to rush this. Right? There's no need. There's zero need to rush this, and just go by my own pace. If I can get soul gems, that's great. If I cannot, well, wait for it then. Right, here we go. There's more? Jeez, this species is all veins. Well, I should not be mining here. What if there's enemies? Yeah, there probably is a lot of enemies here. I should just, yeah. Gosh, there's so much iron ore vein. Oh my god. Dude, I'm so happy. Okay, there's one. I remember vaguely there's two down there. Yep, one standing there.
Hurry up with it. We've got a merchant in the pit to take care of after we carve this thing up.
There's two of them? Oh, they're both facing the other way. This might be my time to shine. Just let me do a quick save real quick. This should be good. Just please don't turn around. Like if you hear a certain Argonian noises, don't worry about it. Yeah, if you hear certain Argonian noises again, don't worry about it. It's just oh, just like all right, okay. Poacher's axe. 3 points of extra damage to animals. Nuh-uh, I don't want it. Okay, now for the last one, the chief, right? The chief. I'm just hoping that it doesn't turn around, and hopefully this could one-shot kill. If it doesn't, then I'm probably dead. Bandit chief. Oh my god, I'm so strong. The hen. Oh my god. Oh, these are all heavy armor. Does wearing heavy armor makes me slower? I feel like it does. I mean, it is heavy armor. No, I'm not gonna wear heavy armor. You know what? No, I'm just gonna ignore the heavy armor part for now. For now, just focused. I'm just gonna solely focus on trying to upgrade my enchant level. Spell tomb a furry. Transmute mineral ore. Ooh. So they say from iron ore to silver, and from silver to gold. God, this. Oh, also, I have a bit of a side quest of my own here. I'm trying to get, trying to get all lusty Argonian books. Right, that should be all of them. Oh god. Oh, I'm too heavy. I mean, since I'll be mining a lot here, probably gonna need a lot more spaces than that. Time to mine everything. Mmm. I mean, the mining looks very simple, albeit it doesn't have any impact like at all. But yeah, mining in general just feels very satisfying. To me anyway. Probably because I'm getting shiny. I'm a kobold anyway. Okay, maybe that's why. Gosh, there's so much old vein. A bit of a side note as well. I feel like I cannot wait. I already bought... Yesterday I said that I bought the capture card, right? I bought the, what's it called? Avermedia capture card, right? I bought that. And for the reason of playing... that I want to stream some Switch games as well. Especially recently I've been playing a lot of Pokemon Scarlet. And I just want to show you guys what I've been up to in Pokemon Scarlet. And the way I play Pokemon Scarlet is just like pretty much playing... Oh. Playing my Pokemon. Hi, Dob. And I've been spamming a lot of picnics just because I get to have fun with my Pokemon. And I'm just spamming pictures of all them sleeping. Hope you're doing good, Dob. Also, yip. It's loud for me. It's kinda scary. Fuck. I'm fine. Alright, so our goal today, we got like part of the goal done. So we bought a house for Lives a Tail and myself. Now she's trying to make a build of punch. Alright, I'm gonna go punch everything. So this one I'm gonna make the strongest punch build ever. Weak? I'm not even saying I'm strong. What do you mean? Okay, let's get back to Whiterun. Gonna be your own house. Can I build my own house in this game? Let's go back to Whiterun. Let's visit our spells. Let's visit my spells. Lifts her tail. Yes? No way. I don't see the... I don't see how I can do it. It's Nazeem. Hey, Nazeem, look at this. It's you. Hey, Nazeem, look, it's you. Nazeem, look, it's you, but Giga Chad.
Looks dangerous. Keep your distance.
Of course it looks dangerous. Look behind you. There's someone that's looked just like you. Also, I don't know if this spell is modded. I don't think it's modded. It might be. I mean, technically it is because Lifts a Tail sold it to me. Hi, Lifts a Tail.
Is there anything you need, dearest?
Might pick up a sale. Let me just sell some things for you. Can have this. For 30 seconds, weapon armor improving 30% better. I guess that's pretty good. What do you sell? Oh, you have all the soul gems. I'm just gonna buy the empty ones. Because the not empty ones can get a little expensive, right? They are a little expensive. And by a little, I mean they are fucking expensive. Okay, sell all the potions I made. Okay, this should be good. Oh, I can get the home cooked meal.
Here, this is from a recipe my people have passed on to me. I can cook another tomorrow.
Thanks, Lifts a Tail. Store many money?
The gold is flowing nicely. Here's your half of the profits, my dear. I'll be here if you need me, love.
Dude, Lifts a Tail is so strong, so good. Oh. Okay, here's the alchemy lab. 3 books I don't care.
Is there anything you need, dearest?
Maybe there's something I need to store a little bit. Although I do feel I kind of want to store only the dragon bones and dragon scales. I have way too much iron ore. And by way too much, I mean 46. Probably not that much. Gold wise, I have 3,900. I'm gonna go spam some Iron Dagger and probably just upgrade them.
They're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters or something.
Got some good pieces, the finest weapons and armor.
Alright, let me buy this, buy this, buy this.
Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
Nice, nice, nice.
I don't claim to be the best blacksmith in Whiterun. And steel. Love that.
Okay, time to make a shitload of Iron Dagger. Nice, nice. Stay at 20 leather. I can make a bunch of oh shit, I'm too heavy. No, don't go in. Don't go in. Oh. Maybe I can sell a little bit of them. I mean, I'm pretty sure I don't have 77 Iron Dagger.
Welcome
Oh, you have more? Oh my god, yes, thank you. I'm out of money. I mean, since I can make more dagger, let me sell 77 of these for you. I mean, it's not much, but it helps.
Good doing business with you.
Alright, time to make more iron dagger and go upgrade them. So ultimately, I'm still trying to upgrade my enchantment level. Not enough leather strips. Need more. And I can make some of these as well. Leather braces. Very, very nice. Okay, I'm not too heavy. Good. Okay, let's go up to Dragon's Reach. Use the arcane table. I just love having more Argonian NPCs. It just makes me happier to look at Argonians.
They've got curved swords.
Curved swords. I mean, I'm using curved swords. Curved swords looks cool. I like them.
They say there's nothing a Nord woman can't do if she puts her mind to it.
Come to Dragon's Reach to discuss the ongoing
I
hostilities.
serve Jarl Baldwin. Excellent. You've done us a great service. Here is your reward.
Thanks for 100 gold. Okay, this one. Disease resistance. Okay, here it is. Which one? 600 620 630 530 Whoa. Okay, this one then. Yeah, I don't even have a lot of soul gems. Okay, iron dagger, stamina damage, and then lesser soul gem. I'm not gonna use the grand soul gem. Each enchantment gives 1 level? I mean, that's not bad then. Okay, let's go back down. How much gold do I have? 1800. 1800. It's kind of hard. I don't have enough money. I need more money.
Damn those gray men to oblivion. They want to back the storm cloaks. They'll get what's coming to them.
Got something for just about everybody in here.
I think he has some soul gems, like empty ones. Yeah, they are a little bit expensive. It's okay though. I think I already sold. Yeah, I already sold all my potions. At least the potions that I made. Oh, they sell for a lot. Each sell for 200. Wow. That is such a money maker. Wait, I should do that more. Each dagger sells for 221. It's insane. I should get back my money here. I did buy a lot of things from them, so yeah. I'm not gonna ask what you're doing. I'm not gonna ask.
Welcome.
Just give me money, alright?
Pretty much anything to suit your needs.
Oh, that feels good. Ooh, 3,300 gold now? Yeah, I guess enchanting is a really good moneymaker. So for now, once I level up, let's have perks increased in enchanting. Fire enchantment. Steel enchantment. The soul gem provide extra magic for recharging. Oh? Requires 50. Corpus enchanter. Health, magic, and stamina enchantment on armor are 25% stronger. Extra effect. Can put 2 enchantment on the same. Oh, what? Death blows to creatures but not people. Trap 5% of the victim's soul, recharging the weapon. Wow. Wait, the extra enchantment is big. I don't need the fire enchanter or anything. Just get this. Dude, enchantment is so good. Oh yeah, let's go to the tavern or the hotel. Look for bounties, do them, kill things, get soul gems, enchantment. At the same time, I should probably go do the main quest. I think. Go find the greybeards.
I enjoy this work well enough, but I'm ready. Magic is for the weak. Of course, there is Farengar. He might be the Jarl. Have you seen that shrine of a... People say there is someone in Riften that can... The companions? In Jorvasker? They're recruiting new members.
Oh, did I take the bounty already? Or are they out of bounty for me to do? Yeah, it's probably out of bounty. It's okay lah. I guess I can go to the other places to do the bounties then. Let me see. Yeah, there should be a bunch of places. Oh yeah, bring Nettlebane. I'm doing the Nettlebane quest. I forgot. So many things to do. Hi, Julius.
Need something.
I decided not to bring followers just because it makes the game very easy. They are way too strong anyway. Although it's kind of sad that I don't get to be with my Argonian friends.
Now, I don't really want to touch that thing though. Elder Gleam Sanctuary, bro. You can use Nettlebane to retrieve some of its sap.
So I just need to cut Nettlebane. I did do this quest before. I did, right? In Sanctuary what? No, not this one. Oh, there it is. Elder Gleam Sanctuary. That's kind of far. Licking beans. Yeah, licking beans. Yeah, let's go from here. Okay, it's here. Looking quite close. Dragon's tongue? Oh yeah. Give me more of the dragon's tongue. I love how the name dragon tongue. Me likey. It's dragon tongue. Don't judge me like that. Oh shit. Right, here we go. Time for some stealth action. I mean, it's pretty much just like me stealth trying to backstab them. 15 times damage. If only it's possible. But usually in cave it should be okay. In caves they... it seems easier for me to sneak around. Oh yeah, there's no enemies here, right? I vaguely remember this. There's no enemies until I get the Elder Gleam sip. Hi.
Amazing that such grace can. You are in Elder Gleam Sanctuary. Just a small glimpse. Yes, my friend. Though no one has been able to get close, as you can see. Though, believe it or not, there are rumors of a weapon that even Elder Gleam herself would lift her roots for, more out of fear than respect.
You mean this weapon, Show Nettlebane? They're gonna kill me, right?
The rumors were true. I beg of you, don't harm the tree. Nothing good can come of it.
Nuh-uh. I'm set to do this quest, and I'm here to do it. You don't know what happened. Sneak increased. Right, so I just need to swing swung the Nettlebane. Wait, is Nettlebane dagger? Oh, Nettlebane's dagger. Hi. I should do a quick save. Yep, okay. Let me go. It's probably gonna be enemies. Probably gonna be enemies like around here. Once I get the Elder Gleam. Most likely anyway. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be. That's why I saved. Right, here we go. Nope, yep. Wonder if I can backstab a Spriggan. I feel like it's a little bit impossible. What the fuck? Jeremy? How could you scare me like that, Jeremy? Okay. Thank you, Jeremy. Also, hybrid. My god, Jeremy's scary, man. Jeremy's spooky. Oh, feels like it's possible to sneak behind a Spriggan. Hope you're doing good, Breen. We'll come in. Oh, seems possible. Okay, just do it slowly. Do it slowly. I just need your soldier. Do not look this way, alright? Mama. Don't. I'm trying to kill someone. Oh my god. Why is it so scary? Hey, Spriggan. Oh my god. Spriggan! Kill! Got your soul gem? Oh wow, there's a chest. I didn't see that. Give me. I'm too much of a scaredy cat. I get scared way too easily. Okay, Breen, what did I do wrong? You bully! There it is, finally. Oh my god. Oh, Elven Bow seems a little bit stronger. I could upgrade this bow into Soul Trap. Oh my god, yes. Thanks, Breen. I hope you're doing good. Oh no. Nice. There's probably going to be more Spriggan down there, right? Double check. Yep. Okay. It's a scripted event. Not a good idea. Got him. You're too late. And upgrade the bow with a bar refined moonstone. Now, Elven is moonstone? 20? 21? Yep, it's stronger. Okay. Gotta do it before enchanting it though. Oh, okay. Is there gonna be more Spriggans around here? I'm pretty sure there is, right? Yep. See, there's one more. Maybe even more than one. Is there a fire Spriggan? Flame Elemental? Oh, it's facing that way. That's gonna be a little bit difficult to sneak this guy up. Mummy Spriggan with Grand Vast Soul. Mum Tree. Mum Tree. Hog. If I did it... How the fuck? I'm dead. Alright, time to eat some home cooked meal. There. Gosh, they're so strong. Whoa! Oh, it's the mum tree. The mum tree is too strong. Shit, I may have to fucking to shoot them out. I may have to just shoot them. There's no way that I can go head to head against them. Like they're way too strong for me currently. Alright, gotta do some very lame things, I'm sorry. Shit. Spriggan Matron? Ooh. How strong is she? Spriggan these nuts? Wow. Oh my god. Okay, she is very fucking strong. No wonder I got destroyed. She is truly a creature with a grand soul. There's no way I can kill him like this. There's no way I can kill her. Lower HP and stab. She can heal, right? Whoa. Those are some really cool effects. She will heal after she gets lower than 50%, so now is the best time to stab. Maybe one more arrow. One more sneak arrow, then I'll stab him. Right, she didn't heal, she didn't heal. I'm afraid she's just gonna like spot me instantaneous. Which is what happened just now. I did a quick save. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Go. Speed. Speed is key. Kill her. Kill her. You don't know where I am. You don't know I'm behind you. Damn, she thick though. She actually thick though. Oh my god, for a tree she thick. I didn't expect that. a true mummy tree right there. Alright, hopefully there's no more enemy here. Wait, did the two-person die or did they become... Oh, were they the Spriggans? They were the Spriggans, right? Oh. Oh, that's interesting. They were the Spriggans. I bet there's an R34 with her to fill terabyte HDD. Holy shit. They got killed? Oh shit. Here, let's go double check. I'm just curious. There's no need to stick anymore. Okay, the Spriggan is here. Where did they go? The least I can do is to loot them. Oh, there it is. They truly got killed. Sad times? Question mark. So why this? Are they good or are they bad? What's with this quest? It's like a priest wants a priest wants the elder glean, but then it's like it's like getting doing that with Nettle Bane is a bad thing. I'm just confused as fuck. Alright, we got Elder Gleams, yep. Nature is like, don't you touch the sacred tree. Which is fair. The tree seems like a big deal. But it's like a priest of whatever thing priest. Oh, priestess, sorry. Wants me to get the Elder Gleam sep. I don't even know who's good, who's bad anymore. All good though. I got the Elder Gleam sep. Priestess, priestess, not priestess. Hey man, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Priestess. It's not as thick as it's not as thick as the Spriggan matron. Not gonna lie. Oh, is that Awu or dragon? Oh, it's dragon, not Awu. Okay. There's a cave here. That's why I'm walking this way. But I'm sneaking because there's like a dragon there. Am I gonna get spotted? No? Alright. Alright, go, 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 go. Speed, speed. It is as Sonic said. You're too slow. Oh shit, it's all Spooder? Can I even backstab a Spooder considering how much considering how much heckin' eyes they have? Oh my god, I already played Skyrim for 4 hours? Fuck, it feels like I just played this for a little bit. I see one Spooder. I see 3 Spooder. That's a little bit terrifying. How do I even sneak past them? They have like 10,000 eyes. Ugh. I need the soul gem, that's why I'm doing this. It looks like they don't have spider senses, even though they are literally spiders. I mean, good to know. Ugh. 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 Huh? Budon. We have a budon. Oh! What do you mean? Oh shit, okay, I'm gonna die. You fuck. You fuck, you scared me. How many petty gems? Whoa, why are they all separate? 5? 5 petty gems, 2 lesser gem, 1 common, 1 grand. I'm not going in there anymore. I'm scared. Do you have a ward spell in the restoration tree? A ward? Restoration is this? No. This? Oh. No, I only have healing. Which I need to do now. Is ward good? Equip word? Oh? Since fire is magic damage. Alright, let's jump over the trap. I'm the best? What's here? That looks like a scary thing. Have I been here before? Why do I vaguely remember this place, but I don't remember the fire trap like at all? There's no fucking way I've been here before.
What's that?
Oh shit, fuck ass dick, bitch. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Jump, 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 jump. I didn't jump. They don't have spider senses, that's good to know. Oh, they're vampires! I was hoping to feed. No, you don't. You don't feed. Are you just gonna stay there now? I mean, they'll be good. They'll be great, actually. Yeah, just stay there. Alright, just stay there. Why do you fall that way? I am very easily amused. Oh shit. Vampire Straw. There's gotta be more vampires here. Like 100%. There's no way there's only like one baby vampire. Double check, triple check. Although I don't want to get pissed on by a vampire. I don't want to get vampire disease. Oh, this one.
Still hungry. Blood. All I can think about these days. Last kill was so good. Just the right amount of struggle.
God, you're looking that way. I cannot sneak kill you. Oh.
We may feed again today.
No, you don't. Why are you on the table? If she sits there, maybe I have a chance. Maybe? Yeah, no. Yes, come here, come here, come here, come here. Wait, there's two of them? Oh, you just revived someone. Kill! That works. Wolf Queen? I heard footsteps. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, there's definitely someone else outside. I do hear, like, footsteps. Around here? Is it a disenchantment table? Ooh, it's an enchantment table. Okay. Be careful though. Yep, okay, I was right. There's someone else there. I'm pretty sure she can see me. I could do like a big brain move then. Yeah, let me see if this works. Look over there. Do you see what's over there? Why would you walk this way? Okay, this one doesn't feel like to have spider senses as well. That's good to know.
What was that?
Oh, it's a fletchling. Look away. Thank you, thank you. Kill! Nice. I fear that was actually big brain. Oh! I suddenly have a crave for sushi again. I assume that's all the vampires? Ring of Restorations. The Bond of Matrimony. I'm gonna... Blessing of Mara? Is that different? I'm just gonna Fortify Restoration. No, I don't even want to disenchant my Band of Matrimony. It's different. Is there like a grindstone here? I mean, even if there's a grindstone, I don't think I have... Quicksilver? Vampire armor of minor destruction. Good thing that you killed her. She was destroying miners. Oh shit. I'm doing a good to the society. I'm helping society. So society? Yeah. Yeah, fuck those kids up. Oh. I hate the fire. Alright, here comes more sneaky sneak. Are those vampires like hiding there? And then now I have to fight builders again? Which way are they looking at? Are they looking at this way? Are they looking at that way? Feels like they're looking at this way. Spider senses? Which way are you looking at? No, they are for sure looking at this way. Fuck's sake. Yes. Hey! I'll take it. I was literally kissing them and then they don't see where I am. They don't even feel where I am. I'm too good of a sneaker. I'm a sneaker. I'm a shoe. Oh, speaking of sneakers though, I recently bought a new sneakers for badminton. And I'm so happy. Because I don't need to play badminton barefoot anymore. But then again, playing badminton barefoot is kind of more fun. That's just how I feel. But then again, it kind of hurts my feet after a while, so... Yeah, I didn't do it anymore afterwards. They don't have spider senses. They really don't. You... What? Turn away. Okay, you can stop there a little bit. I am the best. I guess I guess these spiders are kind of blind. Yeah, they're not. Okay, they can still kind of see, but not as good. It's gonna take a little bit of time for them to warm up their eyes a little bit, so they can see me. But now they literally cannot see me. Like, God, I kind of feel bad for them. But then again, they're spooters. Do it. Go 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 go! Kill 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 kill! Kill! The biggins. Kill! That feels good. I'm guessing we have a big spider around here. To Kron Vanger Broodlair. Oh, it is truly a spooder nest. I think now you're using larger gems for lesser souls. Yeah, fuck those kids up. Yeah, fuck butt kids. Oh, whoa, whoa, hey, whoa. Hey, yo, wait a minute. Common, lesser. Oh, I got all the petty gems. And I have 4 more lesser soul gem. I have 3 greater soul gem, empty ones, 2 more empty common soul gems. Bloodsport saying sussy things. Bloodsport knows that I'm trying to destroy minor destruction nurse. Minor destruction nerd. Oh my god. Kill! Whoa, hey. Okay, this guy is stronger. You! Ooh. Oh, nice. 61 gold. Almost a funny number. So close, yet so far. Oh, we're in the big boy now. I'm pretty sure I can sneak kill that one. That one looks big. There were how many? 3? 3 spooters. I don't think I have invisibility potion, right? Yeah, I mean, even if there's like invisibility potion, I'm pretty sure I'll sell them for big money. Pew pew time? Feels like it. Here, let's use some of my stronger arrows. 12, 16, alright. Kill! Oh my god! Okay, it's very fucking strong. Okay, okay. Guess I have to take a slow. I don't think they can come in here. Can they? Oh, there's 4 of them. Oh, they can come in here. Okay. That's good enough. That's two free spider kills. But then the big one is so strong. Gonna wait until I'm hidden and I'll try to stab. I'll try to stab him. Once I'm hidden. Can I be this way? Oh, feels like you are. Oh, the small one. Only the small one can come in here then. The big one is facing this way. Alright, I have an idea. I still want the soul gem. Right, I still want it. Help! Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm healing. I am healing. I am healing. Do you see how much damage it does? It did crazy damage. Woo! Please stand up. What the fuck? I suck. I'm weak. Eat all the potatoes. Carrots? Oh yeah. The health looks good. You. Oh. It's fucking scary, dude. That was almost sad. Whoa. Circle of minor archery? I think that's way better than my circular, right? My circular currently is not only 2%. Yeah. Alright, that was a big hole. We got a lot of soul gems? Oh no, you're right. Common soul gem, lesser common soul gem petty. Lesser soul gem petty? Oh, that's so sad. I didn't know. Can I like fill them up until they're common or something? Or is it that they're just that? I cannot like fill them up. No, fuck. Alright, fine. Thanks, game. I hate you. You cannot. That's so sad though. Wait, how about my greatest soul gem? Okay, greatest soul gem is still untouched. Let's not use the soul trap for now. Don't soul trap. Don't soul trap. And okay, this is a way out. Go 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 go. I should go back to Whiterun then. Have a visit to our to my spouse. Lifts a tail. I mean, I already got Elder Gleam. Alright, let's visit Lifts a Tail. I only remember the giants have greater souls. Who has Grand? Hey, wife. Mammoth? Oh shit, okay. What? Wife? And Spriggan mummy? Okay.
It's my love come to visit.
Hi.
Anything you need, dearest?
What have we got for sale? You have 5 gold? It's okay.
Here, this is from a recipe my people have passed on to me. I can cook another tomorrow.
Gosh, Lifts a Tail is so good.
The gold is flowing nicely. Here's your half of the profits, my dear.
100 gold? Thank you. Holy shit.
I'll be here if you need me, love.
Thank you. 'Kay, let me see if I can store something. 'Kay, let me see if I can store something. 'Kay, let me see if I can store something. 'Kay, let me see if I can store something. 'Kay, let me see if I can store something. 'Kay, let me see if I can store something. 'Kay, let me see if I can store something. 'Kay, let me see if I can store something. 'Kay, let me see if I can store something. 'Kay, let me see if I can store something. 'Kay, let me see if I can store something. 'Kay, let me see if I can store something. 'Kay, let me see if I can store something. 'Kay, let me see if I can store something. 'Kay, let me see if I can store something. 'Kay, let me see if I can store something. 'Kay, let me see if I can store something. 'Kay, let me see if I can store something. 'Kay, let me see if I can store something. 'Kay, let me see if I can store something. 'Kay, let me see if I can store something. 'Kay, let me see if I can store something. 'Kay, let me Spriggan Mummy has Grand Soul Gems as well? Okay. Have good luck. Now I just need to... Yeah, make a shitload of... Let's sleep until 8. How much is that? 11 hours? Because plus 12 is 9 a.m. So 12 minus 1. That's good sleep.
Honor to you, my Thane.
You awaken feeling your lover's comfort? Did I sleep with lifts her tail? That's a new one. Lover's comfort? All skills improve 15% faster for 8 hours? Oh my god, you're so good, lifts her tail.
Take a look.
Okay, I can sell this for you. You can have this. You can have all my frostbite venom. The poisons and stuff. Yeah, that's good enough.
I'll be here if you need me, love.
I don't know why, but the way female Argonian speaks is kind of adorable to me.
I don't claim to be. Take a look.
Alright, I'm here to buy a bunch of Iron Dagger stuff again.
Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
Oh, is this still open yet? Are you open? So, War Maiden open at 9?
We've got small. Looking to protect yourself or deal some damage.
Nice.
Good doing business with you.
I'll come back afterwards with all my upgraded Iron Dagger for the money back, alright?
Got some good pieces out here if you're looking to buy. More inside.
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire.
Oh god.
I don't claim to be the best blacksmith in White Armor.
And then braces?
This field is legendary. All I ask is a fair chance. Have you met my father? He's a steward up at Dragon's Reach.
Okay, let's go upgrade all the Iron Daggers. And maybe, if possible, leather braces as well. But I do need to see which upgrade does sell the most. So far I see stamina damage sell the most for weapons. As for armor, I have no idea. I might have to check it out. Like, just look at them one by one. Like, I can honestly just play this game for a whole day. Something about doing stuff like this just makes me happy. I guess it's the thing about me getting money. I guess I like that feeling. Yeah.
Come to Dragon's Reach to discuss the ongoing hostilities, like the rest of the great warriors.
Oh yeah, I have to upgrade the Elven Bow first. Stamina damage. And then this one.
Everyone's passions of late. Me, I prefer my books and my spell.
I prefer my books. This is gonna take a while. Oh, the enchantment upgrade is so good. It makes me level up so fast as well. It's like 2 enchantment 1 level. Look at that. This one is easier to level up than Smith by a mile. I'm gonna use the common soldier as well. How about that? Yeah, might as well just use them. Varangar sells a lot of soul gems, right? Let's use the common soul gem as well. Gold 2500. Okay, let me see.
Come to Dragon's Reach. So, you wish to master the arcane arts?
Ah, there it is. I can buy these and these. Grand Soul Gem? Empty Grand Soul Gem? Let me see what can I sell for you. All the amulets. I could buy lesser soul gem from you. And I will see what upgrade.
You should join the Mages College in Winterhold.
What upgrade for this sells the most? 195 Fortify 200 the most? Yeah, 200 the most. Only 258? It's a lot lesser than I thought, but it's okay. Ooh. Oh, welcome back, Natserbs, and also hi, Taro. So, no, it's okay. I'm just really jumpy, it's fine. Gold Sapphire Ring there. Where's your Fortify Enchantment Potion? I don't... Do I have that?
So, you wish to master the arcane arts?
Oh my god, I only sell for 88. 219? That is so not worth. It's okay, I can sell all my iron dagger. I don't think so. My mind is empty. I just want rocks. And money. Hello, cute girl. Ooh. Hello. Hope you're doing good.
Watch the skies, traveler.
It is our most favorite company.
Let's go sell all of the iron daggers. I wonder if they share the gold. If I remember correctly, snowberries and blue butterfly wing give you fortify enchantment buff. Back from preparations. Welcome back, Pinky.
The finest weapons and armor.
Ooh, they have so much gold. Yeah, it's mine now. Oh, they sell for so much. Oh my god.
Don't forget to check inside the shop. I work for Bellathorn.
Wonder if they share gold.
Have you met my
They do sell separate things.
Welcome. Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit.
Wait, they share gold? Okay, now I think it's refined moonstone. Let's buy one. And then I'm gonna upgrade my elven bow. You can have the 2 gold there.
Good doing business with you.
Oh, that's how I earn money. Oh my god. How much money do I have? I have 4,000. I now have 4,000 gold.
I'd be a lot warmer and a lot happier with a belly full of meat.
Like, mind you, I just bought a house not too long ago.
Let me know if you see anything you like.
That's like 5,000?
Everything. Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
Let me buy your soul gem. You only sell this? Oh god. Fine. Yep, that iron dagger sell for so much. It is way better than that. It's way better than upgrading or enchanting jewelry and sell them. This is way beyond broken. Like, god, they sell for so much. It's so good. Oh yeah, I should buy all the pelts as well. Might as well, right? Might as well. Yeah. 1 silver ore. Yeah, that sells. Ooh.
Do come back.
Nuh-uh. Alright, I'm gonna go out there and get more soul gems.
People have forgotten humor, poetry, romance.
Also, I need to upgrade my elven bow. You're basically working for them. Get some nice stuff from them, make gear, sell finished gear to them.
I help my father in more ways than people realize.
In a way, you're right. I am working for them. Okay, and then I can upgrade my elven bow. Get up, get up.
Got some good pieces out here if you're looking to buy. More inside.
Ooh, that's a lot of. That's really nice.
I don't claim to be the best blacksmith in Whiterun. Yorland Greymane's got that on. Man. Have you met my father? Take a look.
Oh yeah, you have 0 gold already. Oops. I stole all your money.
Don't forget to check in.
Level 50 already. Smith? Let's have health. Whoa. Whoa. I live out 3 times out of these? Oh my god, I'm so strong. Enchantment 52. Enchantment is so easy level up. Smith is already at 50. You can go to Riften and level smithing and sell stuff to him. Wait, Riften Smith is where I learned about Smith? Oh my god, okay, I know what to do now. Well, too bad now I already like out of iron dagger to sell for them, but it's okay. Next time I know what to do. Once I have all the iron dagger, then yeah. Can I still go for light armor? Because in the end, I just want the dragon armor. To be honest, I want to know how they look like. I'm just gonna go for this advanced armor, and then go to enchantment, and then insight for enchanter. Then I can upgrade the enchantment again. I can sell for more. It's basically a win-win-win and win. So I just need to get more soul gems.
What do you need?
What do you need? Oh yeah, I remember I killed all of you. I killed Komatu. There's still a lot of potions I can make here. Yeah, I have too much. Okay, let's make potions as well. Albeit potions is a little bit harder because there's only a few. There's only alchemist and again general goods store that I'm able to sell to them. What is it again that you say? Snowberry and what? Define it. Snowberries and blue wing. Alright. I only have 3 snowberries. Sprig and sap as well. Why am I scrolling the chat box? Now they... Okay, thank you. It's weird sometimes. Blue butterfly wing. And sprig and sap? Oh no, I don't have sprig and sap. Is it taproot? Or is it taproot? It's not taproot, right? Hi, Narix. Wait, 2 ingredients? Okay. Friesen, how's the food doing? Food is doing okay now. The wound is still there, but it's pretty much like 80% healed. Now you just need to wait for them to like you know how the dead skin needs to remove themselves? Now I'm basically at that stage. I'm waiting for them to like peel themselves off. Then it'll be good. Sleepy flops. Yeah, the waiting phase. Good morning, Narix. Hope you had good sleep. Fortify enchanting. For 30 seconds, items are enchanted 5% stronger. I'll keep 1. They don't sell for a lot. They only sell for 11 gold.
I sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve you.
Fortify sneak? Ooh.
If there's anything I can help you with, you have but to ask.
Whoa. Yeah, my alchemy skill is very shit. Boyfriend bed very soft, comfy? Good. Good to know. Very, very nice. Maybe you should sleep more. gonna enjoy that bed to the fullest. Maybe me saying it like that is a little bit weird. I'm sorry. But yeah, I'm glad you're feeling good. Oh, only 77. I'll take it. I need to use the Charis eggs. Spill the egg? No. Soap pile? Yeah, I already tried it.
I offer remedy for ailments both common and rare. Do let me know.
Oh my god. I suck. Oh, they need death bell. Oh god, I used it. Oh.
You'll find tonics, sap, poultices, and potions on my shelves. Browse to your heart's content.
Oh. Invisibility? Ice Rafty and Charge Egg. Charge Egg is in invisibility? Oh my god. And let's see. I think that's new. Yeah, that's new. I only have one of these. I need to find what other things have invisibility.
I offer remedies for ailments both common and rare. Do let me know if I can be of service.
Okay, I'm just gonna try with everything. Honeycomb, lavender. Isn't Vampire Dust all invisibility? Is it? Should try it. You are, oh my god, you are so right. You are so right. Plus garlic? Now it sells for more. It's 257 for one potion. Oh, what the fuck? Each sells for 390? Woo! We're rich!
I sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve you.
Oh shit, okay, don't... Maybe don't use... What is it again? Nightshade? Ninroot? Yeah, don't use them. Lavender? 54? It's okay. We're almost done with Charis's egg.
You'll find tonics, salves, poultices, and potions on my shelves. Browse to your...
Is small antlers slow? I don't think. Yeah, they're not. Okay, oops. It's large antlers.
I offer remedies for ailments both common
124, that's nice. I know I'm blocking the I'm blocking the potion value. I'm sorry. Just baked wraps. Ooh. Spooder egg. What? Spooder egg?
you have but to ask.
271. Small enters for fortified restoration. Is it blue flower and spooder egg? Oh shit, okay. So blue flower and spooder egg is strong. Not with dragon tongue, creep cluster.
You'll find tonics,
Spooder egg goes with elven ears. Oh, I used up all of them, sorry.
browse to your heart's content.
I have elves here too. Oh god, it's okay. I'll remember next time. Resist shock, restore health. Oh, for drinking, not setting. Okay, okay. Tarpoot? Tarpoot? Nightcap? Oh. Fortify Magica?
I sell
Just bait?
cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve you.
Purple Mountain Flower Grip Cluster? My Amita? No. Elves here. Sompile? Crap. I try not to use all the salts. I don't want to use them. I use one cantrip. I don't have imps too. Crap. Crap. Okay, I'll keep it that way for now.
Pardon me. So you're interested in my potions and ingredients?
Not really. I can learn alchemy from you, right?
I think I can teach you a thing or two.
Oh, hey! I can sell my potions? Okay, only 5 times, okay.
So you're interested in my potions and ingredients?
Fortify sneak? My stamina. I guess I can. Oh, this one is strong. I forgot how to make this. Oh, is it Charis egg, vampire dust, and garlic? I think. It's okay. I'm just gonna sell them. Now she has too much money. And I don't think I can get it all back. She has like 1100 gold. And I'm out of potions to sell. It's fine. At least I get the alchemy level. That's good enough.
You'll find tonics, salves, poultices.
Okay, that was a good good trip. Good gold, good carry weight. I mean, carry weight still at 203.
I've been looking for you.
Hi.
There's a new museum opening up in Dawnstar. The owner is asking me to hand out invitations to travel. Looks like that's it. Got to go.
Visit the museum of Dawnstar. I guess. May go home and see if I can store something. Hi.
Ah, it's my love come to visit.
It's my love. Oh wait, I have one more of these. But then again, Nettlebleed. Can I? Oh wait, I got the Elder Gleam. I need to find that person. That person. Okay, I still have a lot of leather braces I can sell. But it's okay. For now, the carry weight is fine. Let's go find that person.
You tried mercenary work?
For the Elder Gleam sap thing. I forgot what her name is. Hi.
Do you have the Elder Gleam sap?
I got the sap.
Wonderful. I'll use it to repair the tree. Thank you so much for all your help.
In restoration magic?
I'll gladly share my knowledge with you.
You must level up to trade more. Oh, it shares? Okay. Demo Lovato. I think it starts with D.
So sick. Can hardly stand it.
A fine day
Danica Pure Spring.
with a sword in your hands.
I don't like Demi Lovato. I'm the trash man. Or Danica Pure Spring. Sure, whatever. Yeah. I'm the trash man. Ooh. Okay, so that's Nettlebane done. We still have Nettlebane? Throw it away. It's too heavy. Nettlebane's like 10. For whatever reason, a dagger is like weight 10. Okay, now. Aventus Aretino. I can go to Falkreath like once more. Or I can even go the way of voice, speak to the Greybeards. I think it's a quest item, can't drop it, and it weighs 0. Oh, it weighs 0? But it's at the floor. It weighs 10. No, it weighs 10.
Come to chat with an old woman, hmm? Do your good deed for the day.
I'll kill you. Me always wonder why they even have weight display when it does nothing. Very confusing. But it does something though. Maybe it's only during the quest. Oh, it's because I finished the quest? So now I can... So now it works like a normal equipment.
I think you accidentally mislaid this, dear. Here you go.
Thanks. Here, cow. You can have my Nettlebane. Yeah, it's worse than my Orcish dagger. Kill.
I ain't done nothing.
kind of overwhelming by how many things I can do in this game. It's crazy. Okay. Let me see. There's like a lot of quests, but at the same time, there's like, especially the miscellaneous. I want to do something I haven't done before. You know what? For real this time, let's go to Falkreath. Can I use...
Nope, sorry.
I'm gonna use the carriage? Is what you call them? Carriage? Taxi? True. It's actually just taxi. Hey, taxi. Hey, taxi. Give me a ride.
Need a ride? Where do you want to go?
50 gold for Falkreath? Oh my god.
Climb and back and we'll be off.
This is a shakedown.
There once was a hero named Ragnar, the red who came riding to right run from old Rorix.
That's kinda cute. I'm here. Oh. What sort of dog?
I don't know really.
I don't know really. Oh shit! It's a dragon! Oh my god! Everyone's gonna die. Don't go into the town. Get outside. Oh, dragon must be Grand Soul Gem, right? For the Grand Soul Gem, oh cool. Where's the dragon? Okay, the dragon seems to want to go very far away, which is good. Don't spit into it. Can you come down? Like, can you just... Is there two music playing? There's actually fucking two music playing right now. It's so bad. What the fuck is going on? There's two music going on. Shut the fuck up, man. Get down. It's fucking... I don't care anymore. Are you trying to go down? Oh. Nope, nope, nope. Don't even... There's two music going on, man. Fuck. I want to listen to just one. Oh, 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 go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Kill them, kill them. No more Nazeem, I promise. No more Nazeem. Alright, no more Nazeem. No more OP Nazeem. Here. Spin. Here. Dude, this thing's strong. Finally, only one music. Oh, is it down? Kill! Am I dead? Home cooked meal, vegetable soup, and tomato. Eat the tomato. Venison chop, eat that. Oh shit! Oh shit! Okay, let's heal for a little bit. I think I'm using too much of my things. Let's heal with this. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. Get him, guard, get him! I'll have your head. Yeah. Get him. Yeah. Thanks for being the tank. Easy win. GG easy though, re. Only one? You only give one of each?
Where did it come from?
What if I shout at them? Are they gonna kill me if I shout at them?
Legends. Dragonborn.
This is what you want, huh? No.
Crimes against Skyrim and her people. What say you in your defense?
Yeah, what about it? I'd rather die than go to prison. Ugh. You said you are the Dragonborn and you decide to kill me instead? I love this game. So janky. Especially the interaction makes the game so much better. My god. What's not to love about this game, seriously? Shit, so good. You're a reusable soul gem, but for dragon? I kinda am, right? Where's the yar? Where the yar? Can I go into Yar Longhouse when it's like nighttime? Is the Yar sleeping? Hey, wake up. I don't care if they're Yar.
Yes, what is it that you want?
I got your letter. I'm lover of all dragons.
It's you. Yes, well, now we'll see if the stories about you are true.
I'll fucking kill you right now.
Group of bandits in my hold that I may have had a few discreet dealings with. The cut they were giving me was good at first, but now it's time to clean things up. Go and take care of it.
You're just hiring a mercenary, you bitch.
Good. Execute every last bandit. Spare no one.
I hate how you talk. Alright, execute every last bandit. Dragonborn for hire. In 9th Point Ridge, he says? Yeah, let's just do it. Why not, right? Let's go. I mean, I'm killing bandits, so I'm not gonna get any more soul gem. That Yar is a cartoon evil baddie? Cartoon. Whoa! We have a floating flower? Cartoon evil baddie. I mean, even cartoon evil baddie is better than him. Like, who's a good baddie? Oh, Shen. You know, in Kung Fu Panda 2, Shen, the peacock, like that is peak. That is peak villain character. Shen is one hot-looking villain. Like no shit. Shen as villain #1. Like I implore you to go check out Kung Fu Panda 2 if you have the time. Look at Shen. Just look at Shen. I don't fucking care about Po. I mean, the things that Po does is pretty cool, but man, have you look at Shen though? It's like, yeah, I'm corrupt. I use bandits for my politics. What about it? So upfront about it. I guess I'd rather someone be upfront about it than just be like, well, I didn't do shit. How do you compare these kind of villains to something like Dr. Eggman? Okay, Dr. Eggman is also top tier, but Shen, also being a peacock, is really good. Oh fuck! What? Seriously? You only need 0.1 second to look at me, and then now you know that I'm here? Really? Is that what you do now? Is this what this game has come to? Huh? Is this what this game is now? Huh? You actual fucking... No. No. No, you deserve this. That's right. Fuck you. No, the Spriggan definitely deserved it. Have you seen the last Puss in Boots? Jack Horn is the funniest villain I've seen recently. I haven't watched Puss in Boot, what is it called? The Last Wish? Like, a lot of people are... like the entire E621 was deaf for a moment. You know, deaf? I mean, yeah, deaf looks really good. Deaf looks really good. Like, 100%. Like, I might just watch Puss in Boot for deaf. But then again, it's almost like watching storks for the wolves. Death is okay, but Horn is on another level. Maybe I should watch it. I think Death wins just because of how hot he looks. What? No. Whatever reason you watch it for, can't be wrong as long as you watch it. True. It's almost like I watched Dragon Ghost House Hunting anime for Letty. It's only for the dragon that I watched the anime. Implying Jack isn't Horde? I don't know. I never seen Jack before, so I have no idea. Can't compare if I haven't seen Jack before. Like it's like death is everywhere, but I haven't seen a single Jack art. Don't spray for yourself, just watch it, you will regret it. Oh hell yeah, definitely. Like I remember last time I said I want to watch Turning Red, and then it took me like 3 or 4 months, and then it's like, okay, let's watch. Like let's watch Turning Red. Where you can buy movie ticket for Malaysia as gift? Honestly, I have no idea. Like, is this? I don't think it's in cinemas anymore. Last time I went to watch it, but in the end, like my family decides to watch Q Fong instead. The one who Q Fong. I don't know what it is. Q Fong. A very. You know who does IP Man? You know, Ip Man? Yeah, that person. But Q Fong instead. It's not Ip Man anymore. But by the same actor. I mean, the movie's cool, but I wish to watch Puss in Boots back then. It's like, but then my family doesn't like it. You know, my family, my dad thinks that it's a movie for babies. So in the end, without me knowing, right? Without me knowing, they changed the ticket to Q Fong instead. It's like, okay, well, alright. Guess we're watching that instead. And you never told me about it. Where'd you come from? A system admin? Huh? IP man? Hi, are you trying to find me? What? Where'd you come from? Oh, okay, okay, okay. I'm running away. I don't like dealing with mages. IP man. IP man's great. Why are they trying to kill you? Imperial Courier? You're just a courier. Then you're getting killed for that? I wonder what you did. Chase. Speed. You! Giant Lichen? Resist fire potion recipe? I don't need it. What is this place? So yeah, honestly, I was a little bit upset back then, but it's my dad. I don't want to argue with him. And it's just a movie, so I'm okay with that. A little bit. Just a little bit upset that I didn't get to watch Puss in Boots back then. Albeit this kind of shows my dad as a person, right? So my dad rather watch the Q phone. Like it's quite the baby is going to watch as well, mind you, by the way. At first it's because like Puss in Boots is good, and then it's also good for like a person that is 5 years old to watch it, right? My nephew is 5 years old. Yeah, it's an action movie, very action, very cool fighting, very cool. Like story wise, it's fine, but everything about the show is like pure action. It's actually really good. Like no shit, no joke. It's really good. But for a child to watch that movie, for a child that's 5 years old, I'm pretty sure he doesn't even know what's going on. But then again, maybe watching Puss in Boots, same thing. But my point still stands, right? It's a very action movie, very action. So yeah, my dad rather watch what he likes than to Terminator 1 to 2 when I was 5 to 6 years old. Fair enough. I guess that's not a really good. Yeah, I did not understand much. I guess in general, around that age, you would not be able to understand anything or a lot while watching movie. But the Giga Chat on the screen sold it for you. The Giga Chat. Is Terminator 1 and 2 the one that says like, I'll be back? And then just do. Sounds like you need to go on separate sessions. I don't wanna. Like I'm doing it just because we need we want a family bonding session. That's why I just kinda like oblige and just be like, okay, yeah, sure, let's do it. I don't want to I don't want things to just fall apart just because I have to go on a separate session. My family doesn't like when we do things separately. They think that, oh, you hate us so much, then why? Right? Then why are you out here with us? They have that mentality. I get it, right? We family stick as one. Fine, right? Fine. It's okay. I get that. I really do. I'll be back. Knife point reach. Okay. See if I can sneak kill off him. Do a quick save just in case. Oh. That might be a little bit tough if someone has like a lookout like that. To be fair, going to a movie is more of a social thing than you want to see a certain movie, so their point is absolutely valid. Yes. That is absolutely valid, and I respect that. That's why I didn't make a fuss about it and say, yeah, sure, let's go watch it. Right? Just a little bit upset I didn't get to watch Puss in Boot, but other than that, yeah, it's okay. It's more of a social thing, I get that. And that is very true. Going in. Might be a bad idea, but who knows? I actually did it. Ah, but I can't see him now. It's a little bit hard. Heal! That's a good kill. What does this do? Oh shit. Oh, there was... Oh, that's the entrance? Oh, that's the entrance. Oh, I went the wrong way. Sorry, man. I went the wrong way. Someone's practicing. I think recharging the weapon also levels your enchant a little bit. Ooh. I can recharge the weapon? I mean, I know I can recharge the weapon, I think. Oh yeah, I can. I only have Grunt. Fuck. No, I'm not gonna recharge like that. I guess I can shoot them to death for now. Did I upgrade? Yes, I did. Okay, good. Can you not move? Kill! Oh! That is so strong. Do they know where I am? Yes, I do. Hopefully this tree is good enough. Oh god, they moved. Can you guys stop moving? Can you like stand still for a moment? Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit. Yeah, I'm sure. Oh, someone has a little bit of a spider sense. No! Fucking, you did not see me. You don't know where I am. Yeah, let's hide here. I'm sure I can. I'm doing it right now. You don't know where I am. Sneak. Sneak Maximus. I'm slowly sliding down and everything is okay. Yeah. I'm under this mountain and you have no idea. Must be my imagination. My friend is dead. Where'd she go? No sign of them except for that arrow stuck in my ass. This game's too good. she went. You want mercy? Good. Run away then. Yeah, run away. You don't know where I am. I just want to level out my sneak to like 100. I'm awake! I'm awake! I'm awake! Woohoo! I'm awake! Whoa. Okay. I need to nerf that air horn. Air horn needs to be nerfed. And then there's emotional damage needs to be nerfed as well. Oh. Anonymous, jeez. Anonymous, oh my god. I mean, wherever you are, thanks for the bits, but also, holy shit, I'm awake. Hello? Heart attack? Totally worth for that 200 bits. I think it was like 13 different fart noises at one. 13 different fart noises put into one single file in Audacity and just exported.
You got debated.
Hello?
You got debated. You got debated. Debated.
debated with, but I'll take it. Massive run, look away. Whoa, anonymous! Holy shit! You're going you're going ham on that. I mean, I appreciate it. Thank you. Hell yeah. How many bits was that already? I don't know. But I'm glad you're enjoying all those sound effects. Since when you're here. Kill!
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3. 1, 2,
Okay,
3, 1,
okay,
2, 3,
okay.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Wait a minute.
Throw 'em back to my loose count.
Sing like that. I wish I can sing like that. God, I miss this. I should listen to more Toad sings. It's good gods, anonymous. we jamming? Where are we? Are we jamming? Is that it? We jamming?
And his name is John C.
Jesus Christo. It's a full jam. High legs. Ow. What? You guys going ham on the jamming session? You know, I love it. No complaints there. No complaints. Good jam session. Number 1. Very, very nice. Thank you for all the bits. I lost count by how many that is, but man, thank you.
Goodbye, everybody. I've got to go. Gotta leave you all behind and face the truth.
I never thought about this, but is this gonna get me like copyright shit? Because it is Queen. You just trying out all the sound alerts, huh? I can respect that. Well, thank you for all the bits. Appreciate it. Also, I just jumped right in front of the... Jump right in front of her. She didn't see. Anyone here? No? Alright, cool beans. This is a good jam session. It's a small clip, it's one part. Should be enough for copyright strike. I mean, you never know. I got copyright. Well, I got copyright strike for a KW laugh on YouTube. Has no music. Yeah. Like YouTube literally sends the KW laugh and then say that the video needs to be removed because it contains a copyright content. It's like, okay, for a KW laugh on YouTube is enough for it to remove one of my VODs? Like, alright, okay. There goes 6 hours VOD just because of 5 seconds laughter. It's like, sure. It's dumb. YouTube is dumb. But then again, at least YouTube is like a little bit better in terms of financial things, because now Twitch is like Twitch is doubling down on people needing to watch ads. Who owns the right for KW? I don't know. It was like some random name on the copyright claimer. And I guess that's the thing with YouTube. If you're like a small content creator, they don't fucking care. Like they see, oh, someone claimed this audio. Now your video needs to be removed. Like, shit, man. Because someone says that your video contain their content. It's like, thanks. All right, sure, okay, whatever. Oh, that's a really strong one. Weird, right? I mean, it's YouTube. But then again, Twitch is also pretty weird in terms of revenue. Right? In terms of revenue, Twitch is like the worst. The worst. Even Twitch partner now gets it used to be 75% is the streamer gets and 25% is what Twitch gets, and then affiliates like 50-50, right? So now even partner gets 50-50, and they say, oh, we're doubling down on ads. You know, for you to get that more money privilege, you have to activate more ads. It's like, fucking shit, man. No one likes watching ads. Now, at some point, if I'm financially capable, which I'm not currently, but in the future, if I'm financially capable, I will want to just disable ads and then just like, and then just like have a donation link up. I don't even want people to subscribe to my channel. Just donate whenever possible, because donation for it in coffee doesn't take away, it doesn't take away like too much before it reaches the donation target. Know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, it's fucking stupid. Twitch is getting weird, dick shot. Oh, hi Durian. How's my favorite fruit doing? Am I stuck? Oh, I'm not. Okay. Yes, I was just hearing things. I'm sure it's just an arrow on my head. I'm sure it's just an arrow on my dick. It's fine. It's not even that painful. What was that? Something pierced to my genital areas. I'm such a child. No one's here. I'm sure you're just hearing things. I'm stuck somehow? I'm holding back. Oh, thank you. Guess I was just hearing things. Is this peak Skyrim gameplay? You betcha. Oh! Oh! Is someone there? This is why stealth archery is the best way to play this game. The funniest shit ever is like, guess I was just hearing things. You shot them and dealt physical damage. And then they're like, must have been the wind. But must have been the wind, huh? Hey. Ugh. Nice hoo. Oh, there's so much iron ore vein here. Very, very strong wind. I know, right? It is mega wind. Of thunderbolts? Wow, strong. Filter of resist fire? Ooh, shit. That kind of scared me a little bit. Are they just trying to mine things here? Yeah, that's one lethal win. It's only 5.5 hours? Shit. Like, time really flies when I'm playing this game. It's insane. Let me check something real quick. Sorry about that. I'm checking my item on Shopee. Parcel has been picked up by our logistics partner. Good. Maybe soon I'll get the Avery Media capture card. Very soon, and I get to play Pokemon Scarlet and also Tetris 99. I've been playing a lot of Tetris 99, and I feel kinda happy about it. As in Monday soon, I honestly have no idea. Although they did say that they did say that I'll receive the item. I'll receive the item on 11th of April. They say it that way. Oh. Wow, so much iron ore vein. Oh, the shiny. It's mine. Never felt so powerful. Tuesday early? I was hoping sooner. Wait, the thing is in with Shopee, it's always like they mention a date, but the date is like the latest that I can get. Albeit they say that the earliest I can get is the date that they mentioned, but usually I get the items way earlier than the date that they mentioned. So it's like, yeah, hopefully I can get it very soon. Hi. I didn't see you there. Like, I'm pretty sure my Tetris 99 skills is not even that good, but I just like the game. The game is like really fun. You guys seen Tetris 99? It's like 99 people competing against each other. It's like a battle royale, but Tetris. It's so cool. It's such a cool concept. Yeah, it's very competitive. There's a cave nearby. And also I killed all the bandits. I guess I should go back to Fucc. Used to love playing competitive Tetris games. Tetris 99 is like my first Tetris game. Like, I know Tetris, Tetris games exist far back before like NES games, right? Thanks, Leon. But yeah, Tetris 99 is like really fun. I want to use that. Hi, Leon. Oh, Leon. I forgot. Did you tell me about... did I ask you about the date for the Airbnb? I think I need to start planning out the date and shit. And also the flight tickets and stuff. And now there's even a movie. There's movie in... This Tetris movie?
Heard they're reforming a Dawn Guard.
You did previously? Shit, I don't remember.
Might consider joining.
Is it 9 to 14?
Good to see you. Finally, someone useful is around. Teach them to stop paying me. Here, you deserve a reward for your service. You know what? I like you. You're not afraid to get your hands dirty. I hereby grant you permission to purchase property in Falkreath Hold. Talk to my steward if you're interested.
Is there anything else you need, my yaller? My yaller? I hate this guy.
There is room in my court for a new thane. It's an honorary title mainly, but there are a few perks someone like you could make use of. However, I could only grant the title to someone who is known throughout my hold. You help my people, and I'll make you my thane.
It'll be an honor? Okay, fine.
On your way then. Come and see me again sometime. I might have some use for you.
What a bitch! I don't like how he talks.
I protect the Jarl, whoever that might be.
8 to 12. So it is so 5 days. 5 days, 4 nights. Argonian!
Ours is to smile at your passing, friend.
Bask in darkness? Are you like a stealth?
We are in this together, yes?
Oh my god, you're so blue. Look at you. Holy shit, I like you so much. Oh, more wave, more wave, more. Hi.
Need something? It is our most favored company.
Why can I only recruit male Argonians but not female Argonians?
Tidings.
That's... Is it because I'm a female Argonian? Is that why? Ensure that they have a planet try and invest in the demand, or should just be safe? To me, yes. So that's a both then. I mean, fair enough.
Favor the bow, eh? I'm a sword man myself.
Sure you are. Heard that the accommodation is already fully booked. you mean Hotel Armada is already fully booked? That is insane. Well, so much for trying to plan for it then. Armada itself is fully booked. That is insane. I mean, to be fair, firm is quite a big deal, so I had to be fast to my plan. You were very fast, but you booked Airbnb, right? I remember I was using like Agoda back then always to book for accommodation. If you don't go to bed, what about it? What you gonna do, huh, Barnaby? Huh? Huh? Gonna check. Oh, glare. Oh shit. Am I gonna get glared by the white bear? Super duper. Too early for bed? True. See, Lex gets it. Too late for... Wait a minute, I'm getting mixed signals. Wait, Swiner's Den is not cleared? Didn't I kill Kamatu for it? Fine, let's do the Greybeards thing. First I need to go to Iverstead, right? Yeah. We can go from here. Whoa, you changed your clothing. What is that clothing?
Lead on. I'm behind you. Need me to carry something?
Shrouded armor? Shrouded boots? Wear is muffled and move silently? I need it? I need it! Oh shit! He's from that faction? What faction? Marshblade? That is so strong. 17! He's all about stealth, it feels like. Not spoiling, alright.
Lead, I'll follow.
I'll see how good your stealth then. I mean, I'm not really good at stealth, but at least I can stealth kill with dagger a lot. Kill for loot? No. No killing Argonians allowed. I love them. I love Argonians. No killing them allowed. I'm not killing for loot. Kill Argonian? Nuh-uh. Hi.
Did you hear something?
What? What? Who are you trying to kill? What? Why is he trying to kill? Who's the red dot? Is it the fish? Is the fish the red dot? What the fuck? How about King looting and pretending he's alive? No, maybe a little. No. No killing Argonian allowed. Like putting on the chair in your home or something. No. Are they actually trying to kill a fish? They're actually trying to kill a fish. Go kill the fish, man. Jeez. What is wrong? Oh. No fucking way, dude. It's not a fish. It's not even a fish. Oh, don't die. But Busk, what are you doing? Busk, stop shooting! Shut up, Skyrim belongs to an Argonian. Shut the fuck up. Why is the very so scared? I don't know. I should be scared. And not going to Fiat for instead of Malaysia State Service and stuff. So, certain stuff. Oh, I think I know what you mean, right? Is this something that we that you told me about last night? I get you. That's understandable. Malaysia is safe-ish, come to firm. Yeah, they are safe-ish. But for that certain stuff, it is quite it is a little bit scary. Go there. Yeah, go there. Yeah. Shoot him, Bask. Shoot him. I'll drown him. I'll drown her. Mercy. No. I'll drown you. I'll drown you. Get up there. Get up there. Get up there. I'll drown you. Get up there. Get up there, vampire. Get up. No, not enough. Shoot him, Bask, please. What stuff's here? Why am I doing this? This ends now. You guys fucking suck. As a vigilant vampire hunter and vigilant standard, you guys look at Bask. Look at Bask is doing everything he can. Hey Bask, let me trade some stuff with you. You definitely need more arrows. I can sponsor you some. You have 380 arrows. Shoot him, Bask, shoot him! Yeah! You got this! The firm is unsafe. I'm gonna throw drones at people. This is what you want, huh? That's right. Shoot them! You got this, Bask! Yeah, let's go! Get them! You need more arrows? You need more arrows? No problem, man. I can give you more arrows. Here you go. Don't worry about it. Yeah, all my ancient note arrow, use them. Yeah. He's over there. What the fuck? Where are you back? It's just a vampire mistwalker. You guys suck. You guys fucking suck. Oh, you're all talk. You're all bark, no bite. No, don't hide here. Get out. I'll drown you. I'll drown you. No, don't get stuck. Don't get stuck. Bass, come here. Are you guys so afraid of the water? Oh my god. I'll do it. I'll do it. Jesus, man, jeez. Use fire on her? Oh, is it? Do they hate fire? Does vampire hate fire? They take more damage from it. Oh, you get me? I'm sure. That is so mean. But man, she's such a unit though. Do you see how tanky she is? She's so tanky. Thank you! Thank you! Where's Bask? Where's Bask? Jesus heck! That took 10 years to try to kill this thing. You were a vampire yourself once? True. Alright, you qualify. You be with me. It seems you are a really good stealth. Where am I going in? They only need one arrow to them. Qualify to that? Nuh-uh. Oh. Hi, cheesecake. Throws you. Oh no, you don't. You cannot throw me. I'm too small. Hi, cheesecake. Oh my god.
Emotional damage!
Yeah, probably gonna need to nerf emotional damage a little bit. Hi. Mike!
Mike saw a mud crab the other day. Horrible creatures.
Mike!
Mike does not understand what is so impressive about shouting. Mike can shout whenever he wants.
I know, right?
Mike is tired now. Go bother somebody else.
No, talk to me more, Mike.
Mike is done talking. Mike is done talking.
No, Mike.
Mike
Mike though. Why am I getting bullied? Oh, sorry, Mike. No, don't kill. Don't kill. The skin looks like Cthulhu. Alright, Bass in Darkness, go, go, go. Don't kill. Don't kill Mike. Go, run. Don't kill Mike. I'm sorry. Thank you. Don't kill Mike. I'm just here to say hi before bed. Alright. Have good sleep. Cheesecake. Sleep very important.
Mike Q saw a mud crab the other day.
Mike Q.
Horrible creatures. Swear like British sailors.
swear like British sailor. You are right. I have Crab Ramsey on. I need to find mud crabs now. How can you not like this game? This game's too much fun. I can play this game for a whole day if I want to. We're good. Hey, Basques. Where? Hi, you are super fast. I appreciate that. There's something here. It's Droxen real still 8 ball. I don't have 8 ball. How do you even do that? That's a tower. Can I go to the tower? Probably. It's in Stream Elements? Oh, I use Streamlabs. But I guess I can put it in. Shouldn't be too hard. Hi, who are you? Are you Mike?
Walk always in the light, or we will drag you.
Oh, am I back here?
The suffering the Daedra cause will not go unpunished.
Oh, this is where the vampire died. Oh, oops, I'm back here again. Abandoned prison? Is there a random yes no in Streamlabs? Probably. I think having like randomized response shouldn't be too hard, I think. Maybe I'm speaking out of my ass, I have no idea. Huh? Stream Elements has a built-in 8-ball. This is going to be embarrassing, but it never remembers which is on which channel. I don't know. Do I not have commands? CM? I don't think the CM. What? Why don't I have commands? Is it gone? Okay, that's weird. Do I not have commands for Streamlabs? Like for Cloudbot, or is Cloudbot sleeping? I mean, Cloudbot should not be sleeping, I think. Guards orders. Either kill them or let them drown. Either way, all guards must evacuate as soon as possible. The storm is about to wash this whole fort into the river, and I'll be damned if I have to report one Legion death while under my watch. KR Twitter? I don't have Twitter. I have socials, but not Twitters. Ooh. It's getting dark. Give me a moment. Give me a mo. I just want to stand up a little bit. The Nightbot commands are too outdated to work with. I used to use Nightbot at first, and then I changed to Streamlabs after a while. I think at some point I was using Stream Element a little bit, and then I decided to just like maybe not. I'll just use Streamlabs instead. It's a little bit weird. It's a little bit of weird exchange. Ooh. I'm back. And just kind of want to stretch a little bit. Where did Bass go? Is he gone?
Mike once met a wizard who had a pet dragon.
Oh.
But when Mike tried to pet the dragon, he got burned. It was quite a dragon spell moment.
Okay. Oh, there, this stream is not sleeping. Mike. Don't I have an elven dagger? Yeah. Oh, elven dagger is strong. It's 14 and it's not even upgraded yet. Ooh. I should probably upgrade a elven dagger. Am I fighting against ghosts now? Yep. All right. Does the ghost have spider senses? Doesn't feel like it. It feels like they're quite doom. Gosh, sorry that I keep burping. Probably.
The glimmer of life is gone.
No, it's not. Where'd you go? You. Prisoner's plan. The storm is coming, I can tell. The water leaking in has become stronger. There's no better time than now. When the storm hits, the guards will be scrambling to figure out what to do with us. We need to overpower the few that will be standing guard outside our cells. Hold off the cell block entrance. Get one of the swords and break open the drainage grate in the corner of my cell. That's where we'll make our escape. Wow, a very bold plan, but then again, it's prisoner. Oh, you're facing that way? God, you're just helping me at this point. Buddy. Hoo! Sneaking out on ghosts. Oh, is this the one? But it's a trap. It's a trapdoor. At least there's some bone meal and gold. Nice. That one looks strong. Do you have spider senses? Doesn't feel like it. Q! Whoa! Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? What if I hide? What if I hide? You don't even know where I am. Nuh-uh, you don't know where I am. Is this a good place to hide? Probably not. I ran too far away. There's a strong ghost, by the way. Didn't even one-shot him. Alright, he's running back, he's running back, he's running back. Chase, 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 chase. Go, 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 go. Kill! What the fuck? Kill! All according to plan. EZPZ. So these are all like guards and prisoners? Oh, nice. For master chest that gives like nothing. Any lusty Argonian maid? I mean, I already have the lusty Argonian maid in my house. You know. The myth, the legend, lifts her tail. I'm already married to lifts her tail. But then again, you know, it's never enough. I need the book still. The book is very important.
If there's something weird in your neighborhood, who y'all gonna call? Go Droxen.
Go Droxen! Actually works. Ghostbuster! You know, I don't know why, but I always listen to like Ghostbusters theme, and then I listen to like the old NES Bomberman music. I feel like they're identical. Like oh, I love Bomberman. Oh god. Maybe I should have played some SNES version of Bomberman 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I'm getting splashed away. Help. 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 Oh no. All good. Hey, where's Basques? You know, the one that took 10 years to shoot a vampire fletchling to death? Oh, vampire mistwalker, sorry. Hi. Orc?
Greetings, sister. You look weary. I have something to help you relax, if you're interested.
Huh?
The finest skooma, the sweetest moon sugar, at a fair price, of course.
Skooma? No thanks.
Each has their own way.
What have we got for sale?
Take a look.
Oh, there he is. Moon sugar, sleeping tree sap, skooma. Oh, these are drugs? Nuh-uh, winners don't do drugs.
Till next time.
Argonian says drugs are not necessary. Am I right or am I right, Bast in Darkness? I love how Argonian names just like lifts a tail. Vast in darkness, sees all colors. The name, it's like describing something.
Random question. If you had the option to marry multiple, would you marry all the Argonians?
Probably. Yeah, probably. I mean, if I can, that is. I mean, I'm already. I think I'm still wearing the Emblem of Mara. Yeah, I'm still wearing the Emblem of Mara, but I just cannot talk to them anymore because I already have a significant other, which just lifts her tail. But then again, it's Skyrim. I'm pretty sure anything that I can think of, there's a mod for it. Like being able to marry multiple. There's probably a mod out there that allows me to do it. Probably. Also, where am I going? Wasn't I trying to go... Why am I trying to go for Windhelm? I'm trying to go for Iverstead. Should be very possible, right? Like the power of Skyrim mods, it's kind of insane. Like the modding community in this game, crazy. Is basking in darkness gone again? Oh, so I guess a Lovers of All Dragon Queen does make sense for an Argonian name, does it? With dogs. Can I stealth kill dogs? Is it possible? I'm detected by what? Whoa. Fucking a wolf says spider senses. Oh, it's a giant place and a dragon right there. Totally intended and not coincidence at all. Basking darkness is gone again. It's okay, just go to Iverstead, it's fine. I do need to visit my wife from time to time. They just throw slightly modified lyrics at you which are fit Argonian naming norms. Lovers of All Dragon Queen. Oh, it's a fort. That means there's enemies in here. Bandits? Probably. Fort Amur. Fort Amur it is. In a cave nearby? Wow. Amur? I think I recognize the name for being useful. For its loot. Oh shit. Then I'm going in. If there's a door for me to go in. Oh, with a... What the fuck? Someone with spider senses again? Back off. Boston Doctors is here? No. I got my... Actually, I don't know who you are. But then again, just for threatening me like that?
You trying to get someone killed?
Good job, Nazeem. Fucking Nazeem too stonk. I know everything about Skyrim. Ask me anything. Oh, alright. I mean, so far I'm like okay-ish. Shut the fuck up, Nazeem. Wait, are they all dead? Welcome back, Abso. Shut up, Nazeem. Thanks, Nazeem. Is no one here? Shit. Is some other place for that one spell tome? You know which one? Maybe Absol knows, but not me. But I'm okay with that. Feels like there's a very well-known spell tome. Oh, who the book? Who the book? Why am I detected? What the? What? There's no one here. Oh, there's someone here. Kill! Dwarven Dagger 12? It's not even as good as Elven Dagger. You mean a certain shooty kind? The certain shooty kind? I'm going into a Fort Emmer. Hi. I'm just gonna take all the clothes just because they sell for a lot. If then, yes, I heard buckets deal with such tombs. Someone Schlieben? No, they're not Schlieben. Kill! Yeah, see? Weight 1, value 153. What a bargain. The title's mistake. Still no lusty Argonian maid? Oh, I'm curious though, Abso. This might be ridiculous, but don't tell me where it is. But do you know where the lusty Argonian maid books? Like this might be way too much to ask, but like if you know, but if you know, then don't tell me. I'm just curious. Because I'm trying to find all the books about lusty Argonian maids. For scientific reasons. No one's here? There's a bunch? Hmm. So far I'm not seeing any. To a larger cities, they're like a big Argonian city? Hmm. For research, yes, I know, right? Ew. Nice. Oh, I'm carrying too much? Oh god. Oh wait, you can take my things, right? This one weighs 5? Oh, he likes that armor more. Can I steal your armor? Can I wear this armor? Increases poison resistance by 50%. I mean, its knight armor has more armor. Although lower than mine. I will look at how I look like. Shrouded armor? Yeah, I look very shrouded, alright. Nah, I still prefer my Debelian clothes.
Ours is to need me to carry something.
Often in places you would imagine people read that kind of literature. In the lonely place where no one can see you? Huh. You can have your shrouded cloth back. Shrouded armor. Or you can have my 17 leather braces. There you go. You're welcome.
Tread softly.
Yeah. I'm playing Skyrim right now. Ooh. Oh shit. Keep a lookout for the lusty Argonians. I mean, I'm just glad I have the mod installed. Like more Argonian NPC mods. And then I'm already like married to Lift's Tail. Very, very nice. This butt might have the tomb. Maybe I need to be on the lookout for it, huh? This fuck! Need to get used to the sound. Not seeing any books here? I'm not saying anymore. I know for sure a place which a place with them, but it's a goblin cave. I'm not even joking. They're actually doing it in base game? I'm sorry, I'm not allowing that, but I read your message, don't worry. It's Automod doing its thing. I hope you don't mind. Of course, this is not directly towards you. No. It's nothing like that. It's just Automod doing its thing. Oh no, it's fine. It's just Automod, really. Maybe it's here, the book? I forgot you're here. I'm too jumpy. Anything that's out of ordinary just scare me too much. Is this the one? Mage Light? Mama. Mage Light. Mage Light. Oh. Oh wait, did I cast it on Bastion Darkness? He's level 100 sneak? Probably. You're looking very bright. No more torches. Your text that you prefer she they pronounce is the correct way of addressing you. Yes, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. Big appreciate. Yes, I usually on Twitch I usually go by she they pronouns. Fucking noise, dude. Now they bask in light. Oh my god. I'm gonna cry. Not the tomb we were after. Them's fighting herds. DFH. Who is looking at me? That's close enough? Who? Where? Where even are you? You tell me to back off, I don't even know where you are. Sneaky with a bright floating ball of light. It reminds me of initial Aurelion Soul gameplay. You know, in League of Legends you get to hide in grass, right? And then it's like Aurelion Soul, even if it's like, even if you're hiding inside the bush, you will still see the star that's like circling around Aurelion Soul. It's dumb. Too many question is inside of a bucket under a bucket that's under a lantern? I guess I should go look for it again. I mean, it sure sounds like a really strong book. I don't need to sneak anymore. Okay, lantern. No buckets. Fuck! Thanks, StreamerBot. It's been a while since you last do this to me. Okay. The lantern is inside the bucket. Lantern is inside the bucket. Okay, that seems rather obvious. I mean, that sounds obvious, but maybe not. Lantern, bucket. No, that's kettle. Can I put kettle on you, Bask in Darkness? Would I be able to do that? K. No, stop resisting. Don't resist. He knows. He knows. Huh? Aw. Bucket. No lantern. Lantern inside bucket. Where is Fort Armor? I forgot when I looked to. Fort Armor is... Sorry. Above Iverstead? Right beside abandoned prison? Also beside Elder Gleam Sanctuary? He refused your kettle? I know, right? God. I cannot believe it. I'm sad now. Lantern. Maybe they're here? Mage Light? Hmm. Did they? Okay, okay. Nothing happened. Oh, nice. Enchant 55? Mmm. Can you try right during Dragon Scatter with that? Sure. God damn. How much can I put? Oh, it just resets. The Mage Leg is there for a long time. Sorry, I'm just having fun with the Mage Leg. I'm not even trying to look for the book. There's no lantern inside Bukit. Or Bukit inside lantern. It is this fort? What? How hidden can it be? It's a dang bucket. You found it. There's no lantern, but I mean, I'm really bad at finding things. Are they like at the corner? Oh, nice. There's a poison. This is giving me dizzy spells. Is the first door to the left in the room? When you step inside the fort from the main gate, is this the main gate? Probably not. Doesn't feel the main gate. Maybe the main gate is the... Oh, hey. Oh, that's where... Oh, I see you now. Hey. Hey, just for hiding so good. I mean, you're not hostile towards me, but maybe you're hostile towards Nazeem. Whoa, you can... The mage can handle one punch. Oh shit, the mage can handle one punch. It's insane. How many mages is here? Whoa, hey, wow, that's a... Oh yeah, I need a gauntlet. Yeah, thank you. I'm stuck. Busk, please. All right, where's the mage? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about? Oh, it's above. Get him, Nazeem. Oh wait, Nazeem's gone. Wait, is Nazeem gone? No. Hey Nazeem, let me reset your position real quick. Oh wait, Nazeem, hi. Did you kill her? Oh shit. Stronk. The number of wizards may amaze you. I will cry. I will cry right now. That deserves a boop. I'm pretty sure the Nazeem spell is modded. I mean, to be fair, I got it from Lifts Her Tail, so yeah, it's definitely modded. Oh, there's so many doors. Prison?
Is someone there?
No, no one's here. No one. Nazeem, help! Nazeem, help! Thank you, Nazeem. Punch him, Nazeem. Oh, Nazeem is too strong. Sorry, I'm just cheating at this point. Thanks, Nazeem. Please shut the fuck up. That's the room? Oh. I think you deserve this. You're getting bonked. Ooh, there's a lot of soul gems here. Oh my god, what even is this place? I can't. Poor. Bucket, 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 bucket. 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 Where my bucket Where my bucket big tail? Trying to find bucket also hard 到被打喊哦。这么惨那么难找的 bucket 哦，真是被打喊，有时候真的是吐啊。Sorry. My inner Malaysian shows a little bit there. The inner Malaysian. Sometimes it's hard to it's hard to resist it a little bit. Oh yeah, these are the prison. Top 10 places to visit in Skyrim. Number 7, Bucket. Number 15, Burger King food lettuce. The last thing you want on your Burger King burger is someone else's food fungus. Is that how it goes? I don't remember. Oh, Bucket! Lantern! Oh! Oh! Bound bow? Creates a magic bow for 120 seconds, shifted to dispel? Is that even that good? I mean, I already have a bow. How is that good? I have a bow! Magic pew pew but bow and arrow. What a craver-inducing tomb! Me can't wait until you give the shot bow leaf in its I will threaten you to cry. That was until I just blew this kingdom. What? You were right all along. I found it. I'm the best. Bound bow, is it? But then it's never stronger than it's never stronger than Nazeem. I should just I should just cast Nazeem. But fuck, I don't have enough magic. Well. Sad times ahead. Nothing is stronger than Nazeem. Truer words have never been uttered. Well, just wanted to shoot Nazeem. I can't. I'm pretty sure the mod exists. It's Skyrim. Nazeem doesn't seem entirely vanilla. Yeah, I don't think Nazeem, I don't think the conjure Nazeem is vanilla. I mean, to be fair, I bought it from Tale, which is not a real NPC in this game. I'm pretty sure. It's a mod that I have. The mod I have is like more Argonian NPCs and follower and stuff. I have a few mods in here. It's more like just to make Argonian looks better. That's like Argonian retexture, Argonian reptilian feet, normal humanoid feet because they're cursed. And then there's the more Argonian NPC. And a few like Sky UI, SKSE, those things. Lost Knife Hideout. Lost Knife Hideout? Okay, let's go. Nazeem. Tale would have lore-friendly means to exist, but alas, not a real character yet. True. Like, by all means, Tale is a real character. Are you sneaky enough? I mean, you are literally invisible. Should be fine. Knife hideout. Hmm.
So, you're saying you brought that cat down? Why? You don't think I could do it? Wasn't our last catch a cave bear?
Cave bear?
Why? Take down that one with your bare hands, too. Troll's blood, was he a tough one? Sure.
Highwayman? Oh, is Highwayman really strong? Oh shit, I might be dead here. I literally cannot die. I have the power of Nazeem. If I'm in a pinch, just summon Nazeem. Oh, nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. You don't see me. You don't see me. You don't see me. Nuh-uh. No. Why do you keep running this way? Oh, walking this way, sorry. Okay, there we go. You don't know where I am, stupid. Stupido. Uh-oh. No, they have support. They're cheating. What if I do this? I'm stuck. Bask in darkness, please. You're blocking me. I'm so scared. You don't see me. You don't know where I am.
Is someone there?
Get him! Sure. Thanks. Bask in darkness too strong. Or is that I don't know. I don't know. I was trying to kill them. Apparently I'm not sneaky enough. Oh. That was easy, yeah. I mean, it's almost like Bask and Bask and Storm Nazeem. Nazeem's too strong. Like, good gods, man. No one can beat Nazeem. Like, if I were to summon Nazeem here, everyone dies. Excluding me and Bask in Darkness. Can I still sneak around? This place looks like it's really tough to sneak around. Feels like, yeah.
By the hist, what a sight.
You're talking? Oh my god, you can talk? Oh, I love you. I love you so much. Hello again, Kupo. Did you have good lunch? Did you have real food? Please stay there. Oh. Shit. Okay. I don't know their pattern. It's really hard. At least they don't have spider senses, feels like. They're going above? Oh my god. Speed. Speed. Heal! Nuh-uh, you don't know where I am. You don't see me. You don't even know where I am. Yeah, you're just hearing things. Someone died behind you. Don't worry about it. You just hear bask in darkness. You are blocking me. Fuck. Please don't make me panic like that again. I would cry. You have it on you. Ooh, slurp slurp. You bitch. Oh shit. That hurts. That hurts a crit. Who the book? Oh my. Thanks. I'm getting carried. Maybe the real Nazeem was inside of us all along. Maybe not. Have you been to the Cloud District? Oh, is that a trap? It doesn't even roll down. How does that even work? Please, Bask, please. I'm pretty sure you can avoid the rocks, alright? It's fine. Oh, there's someone there. Block me, Bask in darkness. Block me. Body block and not let them see me. Oh, go, 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 go. Speed, speed, speed. Kill! Oh, there's someone there. Are you looking at me right now? Are you looking at me right now? Yep, you are. Okay. Plunderer? Please don't go. Please. Oh, alright. You got this. Oh shit. Whoa, the double spin. Good shit. That was beautiful. If you could stop blocking me. Help? Thank you. Oh, did I miss one iron ore vein at the start of the area? Nah, it's okay. I can always come back. I can always go back afterwards. You looked at it and said, but, true, I did. Thank you, Butspot. I have never been more enlightened than this. Elven Shield? Hey, do you want Elven Shield?
Lead on. Need me to carry something?
Have I ever mentioned that how I kind of like the invisible effects in this game? It looks very cool. Having ramen and karage for food.
May the hiss guide us.
You're just making me crave for sushi more. I want sushi now. Maybe I should. What's the time now? What the shit? It's already 7? How long have I played this game? 6 hours of 6 hours 43. Dude, this game makes no sense. I just started playing this game. It makes no sense. Time flies when I play this. It's stupid. It's pure. Don't call me out like that. don't call me out like that. It's not addiction. It's not addiction. Kill. No, no one's here. Left time? Up time? Down down time? I was like this, I call you out. I already am. Okay, fair. My friend, have you stretched your legs and drank water? Actually, I did. Just now I stood up and stretched my bone a little bit. And I moisturized quite a bit. Although not much, but I did. Oh no. Alright, I'll do it. Oh, I remember, on a side note, I know that I always have badminton session at Thursday night, but now it seems on Monday night I have I have one session of badminton as well. It's the same time in the same place, but with a different group. It's like, oh yeah, I get to play more badminton. It's great. Right, let me get some space here. This game's great. This game is pure addiction. I'm scared, but I'm happy. I cannot wait to have 1,000 hours on this game. Goodminton. Badminton is hard. I always miss the round end. It's definitely difficult. Like, I remember at first I was just struggling to even hit the ball. But now I can kind of properly play badminton. I play badminton good. Well, not too very good. Like, not very veteran, but I'm able to control the ball a little bit. That kind of level. You like tennis? Ooh, I never played tennis before. Me likes the smaller tennis on the table the most. Ping pong? Oh yeah, ping pong is great. I played ping pong back then, but I'm really bad at controlling force, so yeah, I just always got it out. It's like, it's very hard for me. I want to try out tennis. But then again, it's like the tennis racket is so expensive. And I don't see a tennis court here. Alright, here we go. 10 squats. Oh. Now I'm hungry. Now I'm hungry. Ping pong is super popular. Badminton seems pretty popular around around where I live. It's always full courts. Post a very relevant thing on May Maze. Alright. Used to play football a lot, but oh, not so much anymore. It's football. Wait, let me catch my breath. Is it like the FIFA World Cup football? Merely sees around here. Football? I don't know which one, but I need to catch my breath. Oh. I live very north. It's very snowy, so we don't have super much time outside. Oh. Mostly running. Easier to organize when it's just one person. Butt bowl. We're not in America, so football is football, the one you use feet in. So it's not the the one you tackle people. What do you call that? The brown spiky side ball. Butt ball though. Dude, butt ball sounds pog. There's going to be trouble. You got this, Bask in Darkness, I believe you. Rugby? Oh yeah, there it is, rugby. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure in Malaysia, well, around here anyway, there's only like one single bola sepak field. And then there's not a lot of people play bola keranjang. And then there's also, what do you call badminton again? I don't remember. I mean, I do play a little bit of bola keranjang. Running rocks, maybe does that too. The sport with this ball, yeah, that one. Suomi eller Norsk? Suomi? Huh? Is it like another language? Oh. Kill! Whoa, one shot kill? Damn. What was that? It's always so funny to me when someone dies. It's like, what was that? Hey, Bask in Darkness, come here. It's Finnish and Norwegian. Oh, wow. I never know about that place. I mean, I guess for Malaysia, the furthest I traveled is to Thailand. Like, that's the first I traveled. But then that's like many years ago. It's like a family trip. The furthest I travel alone, like the furthest I travel alone, is it's not even that far. It's Singapore. Is there any Scandinavians? Sorry, I don't know what that is. Sorry if I'm being rude.
Tak makan?
Tak makan? Saya mau makan. Saya sudah lapar. But not saya. What was that? That was the arrow that killed someone. What was that? I crave sushi now, Narix. I won. It's more a culture shock for me than rude. Ah. Okay. I sincerely did not mean to be rude there, so no one expected this reply. You understood nothing? Fair. It's okay. I understood everything. You! Wow, you're so strong. Bask in darkness, help! Yeah! Heal! Good job, Bask in darkness. You're the beast. You're so strong. I could have died there. That guy was strong. Didn't even get killed by one stab. Hello, Finnish brothers and sisters. Hello from time zone. Hello, time zone, everyone. Oh yeah, essentially what I said was, saya tak makan, tapi saya sangat lapar. Lapar na penat saya. I'm pretty sure that just means that I'm hungry and tired. But I just want to play more. Sell the hide? Why would I want to sell the hide? Hello, Earthlings. It sounds like an alien thing to say. What do you have to say for yourself? All I know about Malaysia is that my sister went there to study Kung Fu. Kung Fu? Oh. I mean, there's Wing Chun here. I heard about Silat. And then there's this Taekwondo here as well. But then Taekwondo is more common. And then Taekwondo is more Korean. And then Wing Chun is more like Chinese. But then Silat is pure Malaysian. But then it's like very, very obscure. I don't even know how to spell that shit. I just know it's pronounced Silat. Kill. Nice spin. Is Malaysia near Thailand? Yeah, it's kind of a neighboring country. Yeah, it's like neighbor. Is Malaysia near Buttland? Heroes. He's been. Yeah, I'm pretty sure after this cave, I'm gonna go get myself some dinner. Me is hungry. Where's Bask in Darkness? Why are you stuck there?
Hello, and welcome.
Absol, thank you. Why are you stuck here? Is it just spelled Silat? Probably. Mama. That's way too loud. I need to nerf that. Stink. Stinky. Stinky stink. Oh, go. Basket, go. Hey, ready to die? Are you ready to die? Whoa. You. Moisturize? Oh yeah, I will. Let me do this real quick. What's your pattern?
What are you waiting for? I know you want to kill me. Now's your chance.
What? This guy doesn't seem like to have spider senses, which is good. Oh, a Khajiit? Oh, I'm sorry, I have to kill you. Sorry about that, Khajiit. Elven Sword of Fire? Ooh. It's mine now.
If you get in here, I can put all of you down.
That's a kitty. Uh-oh. Oh, there's multiple.
Send two, I don't care.
Is he that strong? Damn. Do you have spider senses? I hope not. Oh. You. Thank you, Past in Darkness. Kill them! Help me! What? Ping ping. Ooh, that's cool. A Bast in Darkness behind you. Someone behind you. Who shot me? Who shot me? I should heal. I'm not even trying to fight at this point. Don't make me summon Nazeem, alright? Don't make me. I have the power to, you bitch. What the fuck? Why is everyone so strong? Ah! Why is everyone so strong? Oh fuck, I have to do it from here. No! I'm gonna moisturize. And I'm gonna go get myself some dinner. I'm sorry, didn't mean to bonk the mic. Dinner? Yeah. Probably gonna get myself dinner now. I should get more Magica. Your armor and weapons are kind of subpar currently? Perhaps it's everyone being strong? Uh-huh. But you being a weak axe. Okay. Okay, no.
There's going to be trouble.
I'm sure, Bask. No bully the kobold, okay? Not scientifically possible. You know, it's actually true. Kobold is quite weak. Fine. Fine. Alright, fine. I'm gonna save here. And I'm gonna go get dinner. And also tonight I'll get ready for tomorrow's retro stream a little bit. Tomorrow and Sunday I'll play a little bit, I'll play a bunch of retro games. NES titles, SNES titles, yeah. Those games. If Kobo is weak, why are they commanding the dragons? Are they commanding the dragons though? What this? Press Y to push wrong. Are we getting yonked? Are we getting yonked by Goose? I'm scared. Here, let me embiggen myself. No? No? Huh? What's the button again? I don't remember what the button is. What? Oh, there it is. Okay. Are you sure kobolds command dragons? Maybe they do. In a way. I mean, what if I tell you that I want shiny? Would you give it to me? Would you? I'm sure you would. Because kobolds are Cobalt 1 shiny. Do what now? Give shiny. Give shiny. See? I mean, even though I think Lex and Kupo are not dragons, but it works. It kind of works. Give all shiny. Oh my god! I'll take all the shiny. Call me Kavi. Okay. Kavi it is. I'll make sure to remember that. You still have any shinies aside from the whole of myself? Yeah, that's the thing. I want you. I would be humble to bless the mighty Kobold Overlord with a token of shiny. The Kobold Overlord, Overlord, huh? I like that. Oh, Tosnick's streaming? Oh god. Oh, Tosnick's doing another 24-hour stream. I'm Spooder, but I can't say no to a bolt. Oh, he's playing Resident Evil? Wow. He's been streaming for 9 hours? Dude. But a Spooder character though. A Spooder is kinda rare, to be honest. Well, to me anyway. God, this music is such a jam. I'm gonna play more Dungeon of Aether. Someday, definitely.
Hey chat, did you know that in terms of kobold and dragon relations, Tylra is the most compatible kobold for dragons? It's true. Look at this pretty girl we got. She has horns. Yeah. I mean, you can do a lot of things with those horns. I mean, they're long. It looks like they're kind of rounded on the tips, you know. You could do a lot of things with them, like handlebars when you take your dragon boyfriend on and off a motorcycle. Instead of holding your waist, they could hold your horns.
Yeah. I forgot how this happens.
It would be my utmost privilege to extend my humble respects to the illustrious and mighty Kobold Overlord. As an expression of my deep admiration and reverence for your magnificence, I would like to present a small but meaningful token of appreciation, something that glimmers and shines, reflecting the brilliance of your leadership and the awe-inspiring power you wield. With every fiber of my being, I am in awe of your unwavering determination and your unmatched strength.
Unmatched strength? But I just got destroyed by a bandit.
Your unwavering determination and your unmatched strength. Your unwavering commitment to your people and your kingdom is an inspiration to all who are fortunate enough to witness it. As such, I feel compelled to offer this small tribute as a symbol of my profound respect and admiration for you and all that you represent. May this token of shiny serve as a reminder of the immense influence you have on all those around you, and may it bring you joy and prosperity in all of your future endeavors.
Joy and prosperity, huh? I'll take the token of shiny because it shines and glimmers. A kingdom. I mean, I cannot imagine a kobold leading a kingdom, but maybe it's possible. Unmatched, not matched, does not exclude those who may be stronger. You know what? True. It's unmatched. It's one of a kind strength out there. Thank you, Pinky. I shall accept the token of shiny. Okay, let me just plug everything real quick. And of course, I'm gonna raid Tosnick. Sweet bean. To be fair, Combo Society would most definitely have a console, or rather, itty bitty mighty committee. Oh my god, that's so adorable though. Itty bitty mighty committee. God, I love that so much. Let me just plug things real quick. Hey, Bernie. Hey, Bernie. Come here, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Oh, thanks, Pinky. They get crushed by dragon. I don't mind. I mean, I already got squashed by Narix just now. Worth. very, very worth. Oh yeah, and socials. I have my Dying Bluebird app, a YouTube channel where I just post all my thoughts over there, and a throne because why not? Let me type the raid real quick. Raid. Okay, there. I typed in the raid. Please for the Cobalt Raid Party. We hope this message finds you well and in good spirits. Our team wanted to send a friendly salutation to you to let you know that we are thinking of you and that we greatly value the camaraderie? I don't know what that is, but it's a big word that we've built together. Your friendship and support have been invaluable to us, and we look forward to continuing our adventures and conquests alongside you. May our shared passion for exploration and discovery continue to unite us with the spirit of adventure. Yeah, let's stick to default message. Raid Shadow Legends. I'm not gonna raid Shadow Legends. I'm pretty sure there's someone out there who is named Shadow Legends. Maybe a bit too long, but stick with the but fault message. Thanks, Matspon. Okay, I type in the raid. Tomorrow I'll be playing a lot of NES titles, and hopefully, you know, it's gonna be fun because it's like a big nostalgia trip for me. I'm gonna be so happy playing those games again. There's a few, right? Like Bubble 2, Dead Fox, Kage, those kind of games. Jackal, Contra, Super C. Gosh, all those games. It's gonna be great, alright? So yeah. Never heard? You're young. You're young. You never play NES titles? I cannot believe it. But yeah, those are good games. Okay lah. No, it's not about being too advanced. Okay lah. Before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. You guys are amazing. Know that you guys are all loved, you guys all matter, and you guys are so valid. Very, very valuable. I'm not young yet, I never played NES because never had console. To be fair, I had bootleg consoles back then. I never really owned a real console, but what I had was just like bootleg. But they still work, so it's not bad. Hi Nanook, join us with the raid. I hope you're doing good. Thanks for the stream. Thank you all. Right, here comes straight to Tosnick. Tosnick's doing a 24-hour stream, right? So yeah, why not? Hope you're doing good, Nanook. Also, yeah, there's this Kobold raid says hi. If you guys have my emote, feel free to use them. If you guys don't, it's totally fine. Use whatever emote you guys have. But PS1 is great. PS1 I love the heck out of. I love the heck out of Mega Man X6. It's like the PS1 title. Crib. Join us with the raid, Crypt. Oh yeah. We got one last gem for the day. I love potato. Wow, what is that game? Hope you are doing good. Be safe, everyone. Love y'all. I'm just gonna wait for the timer to go down, it's fine. I'm here. I'm here. Snoot. Good jam, good jam. That was great. Okay, see you guys tomorrow. Be safe, everyone. Bye, 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 bye. X6 Crash Bandicoot Tiny Tank Spyro. So yeah, PS1 is great. Bye, bye.